Hey everyone, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy the audiobooks, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support us further, consider becoming a Patreon member. As a member, you'll gain the ability to request the next part of a novel audiobook I've uploaded, depending on your Patreon tier.
Inhaling deeply, I recalled the burn. The familiar smell that wafted through the air. And the calmness that it brought me. I used to once hate the smell. But with time, I grew to love it. My mind emptied each time. It eased the pain, relieved the stress, and infused vibrancy into my otherwise colorless world. That was what smoking meant to me. But at the same time, it was what killed me. It gave me something but took everything away in exchange. Which was why the sight of it made me lose myself. How do I control it? I blankly stared at the ceiling of my room. Acting on impulse like that. Losing control of myself and letting the emotions take over. I couldn't let that continue. I need to control myself. But how was I going to do that? It was easier said than done. It wasn't as if I could ban all cigarettes from this world to stop them from triggering my memories. It was also impossible for me to stop using this power. For my survival and goal. I needed to use them. How troublesome. Truly. This wasn't a problem I could find the solution easily. The realistic approach was for me to slowly grow accustomed to this power. But no time. The longer I waited, the more I exposed myself to danger. I had to sort this problem out now. I couldn't leave it for later. That's why. Staring at my hands, an idea struck my mind. I felt my expression stiffen at the thought, but considering my situation, it seemed to be the most appropriate approach. I sat down on my chair and took a deep breath. To understand emotions, one must experience them. A few words stuck in my mind. It was a quote I saw often whenever I researched about emotive magic. Thinking about my recent progress, it was without a doubt true. But merely experiencing them didn't equate to fully understanding them. For that, it took time. One needs to continuously experience them before being able to fully understand them. Which was why, clasping my forearm, I muttered, "Sadness." A familiar pain invaded my chest as it started to feel heavy. The world suddenly seemed to grow cold, and my eyes started to moisten. I bit my tongue and held the tears back. I had to take calm and steady breaths each time. The pain made it hard for me to focus, but I still held on. Clasping on the side of the wooden chair I sat on, I mumbled to myself. I need to remain composed. I couldn't let the emotions take over my mind like last time. I needed to maintain my composure. My aim in all of this was to develop emotional resilience by deliberately subjecting myself to various emotions. Compared to the time when I just came out of immersion, the emotions I was experiencing were milder. Mainly because my understanding of them wasn't very strong. The only reason they had such a great effect the first two times was because of how concentrated my emotions were when I came out of the immersion. Even so. Drip. It wasn't easy. Staring at the tear that stained my pants, I closed my eyes before muttering. Anger. Grip. My grip on the chair intensified, and my chest started to rise. A new emotion took over the last, and my face crumbled. The sudden shift in emotion made it hard for me to keep my mind clear. A fire brewed in my chest. My breath quickened. So did my pulse. My jaw was clenched so tightly that it started to hurt. Even so, I kept myself rooted in my seat. Even as the world turned red and my vision narrowed, I kept myself rooted in my seat. My hands shook. But my thoughts remained clear. See control. I forced those words through my clenched teeth. All right. I needed to control myself. I couldn't let myself be controlled by my emotions again. Never. Haven had extracurricular activities. In simpler terms, clubs. With the world being grim and the student reality harsh, clubs were set up as a way to ease the mental burden on students. Swimming, football, exercise club, cooking. There were a lot of clubs to choose from. From physical ones to non-physical ones. The choices seemed endless. Comedy club. My eyes lingered on comedy club for a few seconds too long. Enough to warrant Leon's attention as he turned to glance my way. In order to remain consistent with the previous Julian, I had him help me select a course. It was a necessary step I needed to take to ensure my safety. Are you considering it? To understand emotions better? Yeah. That was part of the reason, sure. But there was another reason why the club interested me. I kept thinking back at the joke I said a week ago. The cheetah won. It had bugged me for quite a while now. But was the joke bad? I don't think it was that bad. Or maybe there was a problem elsewhere. The delivery? But thinking about it, the ones I did tell the joke to always had stiff expressions. That girl and Leon. Tough crowd, I guess. That would make sense, but Julian wouldn't go for something like that. You need to keep in mind that. I think it was my delivery. Yeah, it had to be that. Leon's body stiffened on the spot. Ah, shit. I raised my head to look at him. He looked at me with widened eyes and an expression that seemed to say, has he lost it? I felt a little offended by his gaze. What? Why was he looking at me like that? He opened his mouth but closed it shortly after. He then turned around to face the opposite direction. What are you? KHT. KHT. I stopped whatever I was doing and leaned my head to get a better look at him. Why is he? Ah. An idea suddenly struck my mind. I took a good long minute to think before finally saying. What do you call a fish with no eyes? Leon's eyes widened. For a moment, I thought I saw fear flash in his eyes as his body flinched. I continued. FSH. Uck. His body flinched. And I continued. What did the farmer who lost his rake say? Where is my rake? Step. Without looking back, Leon moved forward. The entire time, his shoulders were trembling. Staring at him, I felt the need to continue and raised my voice. What do you call a fly with no wings? A walk. Khut. Holding his mouth, Leon sprinted forward. I chased after him. What did the cow? Krrr. The form expanded, gradually unveiling its massive, decaying jaws and spiky back. A potent surge of mana swept the surroundings as the figure increased in size. Keep it quiet. We're not too far off from the institute. Delilah stood not far from the creature. Her gaze lingered over the creature who stared at her with deep apprehension. It growled at her before speaking. You think you can stop us? Your struggles are futile. Our preparations are almost done. Ha! Delilah's expression changed. With a laugh, she looked at the creature mockingly. You bastards are always the same. How many of your attacks and preparations have we thwarted over the years? Have you yet to learn your lesson? The beast growled. You Dawn. Delilah's voice, layered by two other similar ones, cut through the creature. You can't hide it from me. The creature shuddered. Hide. Your fear. I can see it from miles away. Crunch. The beast unknowingly took a step back as its body shuddered. An unknown emotion welled up from deep within its body, threatening to consume him. Why you? A red glow enveloped the beast's eyes. It understood then that its emotions were being played with. But it was already too late. In the moment the beast stepped back, its defeat was already set in stone. Delilah's expression returned to its usually indifferent one as she raised her hand. Krrrrrr. The beast screamed, but it was futile. Within moments of her raising her hand, the space around the beast compressed, and the echoing sound of bones cracking filled the air. Thud. Just like that, a terror-ranked beast had died. You did a duck. But something strange happened the moment the beast died. Black foam escaped its lips and its figure shrank to reveal the silhouette of a figure. A human. Crunch. Crunch. Delilah halted a few meters away from the body, her eyes coldly tracing it. Eventually, she bent down and turned its arm over. A four-leaved clover appeared in her vision. As expected. She let go of the arm, and ambers floated in the sky as the body gradually disappeared from view. Crackle. Her cold eyes remained fixed on the disappearing body. Gradually, her mouth parted open to mutter. Inverted sky. A figure appeared in her mind. One that she wholeheartedly preached to be the Black Star. A crack yet again formed on her expressionless face. I hope I'm wrong. It was Friday. The last day of the week. Just like that, the first week at the Institute was almost over. Today marked the second week of my transmigration. Time seemed to have flown by during those 2 weeks. I could still vividly recall everything that had happened on the first day as if it were yesterday. Quite frankly, I was tired. Both physically and mentally. But I was slowly starting to adjust to this world. Slowly but surely, I was getting there. I just needed a little bit more time. Here you go. I glanced at the letter that sat on my desk and I looked up. It was the last lesson of the day, and I was just about to pack up when he suddenly showed up out of nowhere. What is this? An invitation. Leon answered flatly. I thought about having him elaborate but chose otherwise and just opened the letter. I was bound to find out anyway. To Julian of the Ivinus Barony. We extend our warmest greetings to your esteemed self and cordially invite you to join our exchange. Your presence is certain to elevate the grandeur of the occasion, and we eagerly anticipate the pleasure of your company alongside fellow dignitaries and distinguished guests. The event promises an evening of refined conversation, exquisite cuisine, and cultural enrichment. I skimmed through the contents of the letter. So, in short, a party? Sort of. And I have to attend. I rubbed my forehead. I was already starting to feel a headache. Yes. Leon nodded and added. Everyone does. Ah. Fuck. Leon looked around before lowering his tone. It's best if you attend the ceremony. Create some connections. It will help you out in the long term. Remaining quiet, I sorted through my thoughts. Indeed, he had a point. Connections were certainly important in this society. Not only to establish myself better as Julian, but for the future when the time came for me to leave this place. It would certainly make my life easier. With such thoughts, I looked up at Leon and slid the letter over. Fine. The Haven campus was large. Spanning over a large land, it boasted 7 main halls: Leone Hall, Rondeau Hall, Dorset Hall, Birmingham Hall, Milton Hall, Carlson Hall, and Rottingham Hall. Each hall had its own distinct function. The Rondeau Hall was where the dorms were located. The Leone Hall was where the auditorium was located, the Rottingham was where the professors were situated, and so on. Each hall served a distinct function, simplifying navigation for newcomers to the academy. Rottingham Hall. Tack, tack. The hall echoed with the soft click of her heels. Delilah walked forward without as much as a single change in her expression. Good afternoon, Chancellor. It's nice to see you, Chancellor. Along the way, she'd get greeted by the staff that passed her. Glancing at them, she'd return them a nod. This proceeded until she arrived at her office. Kriya walk. As the door opened, her feet came to a pause. Her brows twitched at the sight that greeted her. Scratching the side of her head, she nimbly walked past the rows of documents that were scattered all over the floor before reaching her desk, where she sat down. Gradually, her gaze fell on several fresh documents that sat by her desk. They said, "Extracurricular Activities First-Year Cadet Selection." Oh, there was that. It was her job to review their applications. Flip. Casually flipping through the pages, she stamped on several of the applicants' submissions. Tack. Tack. Her stamp raised and fell continuously. Until her eyes fell on a certain application. It was none other than Julian's comedy club. It was a fitting choice after a little bit of thought. It probably had to do with his powers. The stamp hovered over the application when. Maybe not. She stopped herself. Though her assumptions about him had yet to be proven, she still didn't feel reassured to leave him to his own devices. Therefore, hold. She put the application on hold. Tack. Tack. For the next half hour, she sorted through the documents in front of her. By the time she was done, her head throbbed. Reaching out for her drawer, wrappers scattered on the ground when she opened it. Not minding it, she inserted her hand in and dug through the mess before finally finding what she wanted, a chocolate bar. The most peculiar part of the bar was the sticker that stuck on top of it. It said, "Property of Delilah." Yeah, because this was her bar. She bit into the bar. H-A-A-A. Only then did her expression relax, and so did her shoulders. Finally, she redirected her attention to her desk, where a crystal device sat. It was glowing faintly. Shoving the chocolate into her mouth, she tapped on it. A voice echoed across the room shortly after. "Delilah." It was deep and filled with authority. Tossing the wrapper, Delilah replied flatly. "I took care of the problem." What was it this time? Still manageable. Nothing much yet. A terror rank. Terror rank. A certain gravity seized the room after Delilah's words. A specific classification existed for those originating from the mirror dimension. It was one that the four empires came to a consensus with. The ranks were as follows: infant rank, junior rank, terror rank, destroyer rank, and primordial rank. The fact that a terror rank beast had shown up near the premises of the Institute served as a deep reminder of how grave the situation was. It seems like they're becoming bolder and bolder. When was the last time they sent someone this powerful? Maybe a couple of years ago. I'm not sure. As she spoke, Delilah's hand reached out for her drawer again, and she took out yet another chocolate bar. But it wasn't anything worth paying attention to. A terror rank was a monster that had the equivalent power of a high wizard. Her trivialization of its power showed just how powerful she was. Were there any other problems? Delilah pondered before carefully saying. It seems like they're planning something, but I'm not quite sure what. I've already raised the security of the Institute, so we shouldn't have any problems, but you might never know. Yes. Make sure to keep alert. We've already stopped many attempts over the years, but you might never know when they will make a breakthrough. Understood. The call seemed to end on that note, and just as Delilah planned to end it, she heard his voice again. Oh, there should be a gathering tonight. Are you going to be attending? Gathering? Did you forget? So you did. I didn't. For some reason, Delilah felt the need to deny it. Her pride wasn't allowing her to admit that she had forgotten. Because she really had forgotten. Oh, that's good. I'll be seeing you there, then. I'll be going now, and clean your mouth. The call ended on that note. Stunned, Delilah reached for her lips, where traces of the chocolate remained. Her brows slowly knit together. How did he know? It was late into the night when I reached the destination. Since it wasn't far, we walked along the campus road to get to the place. The venue sat at the academy's outskirts amidst a cluster of villas. The chosen gathering spot distinguished itself effortlessly. Towering over its neighbors, this particular villa not only boasted impressive size, but also flaunted intricate decorations. Bright lights strategically placed accentuated this further, setting it apart from the others. "We're here." Having rehearsed the situation beforehand, Leon went ahead of me and handed over our letters to the butler in charge. He was a young man with black hair, perhaps about my age. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Black Star." The butler greeted me after a quick look at the invitation. His welcoming smile felt rather burdensome as he extended his hand toward the door of the villa, where he proceeded to open it. The son of the third head of the Ivinus barony. A first-year cadet and the Black Star. Julian Dacre Ivinus. Having already been briefed beforehand by Leon, I wasn't startled by the sudden announcement. I was, however, struggling to keep my face composed. I know this is something nobles do. But does it really need to be this exaggerated? There was also the issue regarding all the attendees, who were now directing their attention toward me. "Please have a pleasant night," the butler added, as if he was trying to add salt to my wounds. "Ho!" Taking a deep breath, I proceeded forward toward the hall. I once again reminded myself of my identity. I'm Julian Dacre Ivinus, the Black Star and the #1 ranked cadet in the first years. When people look at me, they are the ones who grow nervous. Not me. And with such thoughts, I headed deeper into the venue. There were a lot of familiar faces as I moved forward. From members of my class to some of the staff and professors I had met over the past week. There were also many unfamiliar faces. Some old and some young. But there was one person that stood out the most out of all of them. She seemed to be the center of attention. The one where the focus gravitated toward. Aoife K. Migrail. The Empire's one and only princess. In a one-piece red dress that accentuated her striking red hair, she stood out, her beauty eclipsing many of those present. Graceful movements and an elegant demeanor added to her image, as she eloquently conversed with those engaging her in conversation. Just as I noticed her, she noticed me. I thought nothing of it and prepared to look away when, all of a sudden, she smiled. Smiled. I was momentarily taken aback. So did the many that were looking at her. By the time I regained my senses, she was standing in front of me. I felt the attention of all those present in the room. And just as I looked down to wonder what was happening, her glossy lips parted open, and her crisp voice gently reached my ears. "I've been waiting for you." She extended her hand. "Would you give me the honor?" "It's a pleasure to meet you, Princess. There are a few matters I'd like to discuss." "Princess, it's truly an honor to have you here. May we have a moment to speak?" "Princess." It was the same as usual. Nothing had changed. The lights shone brightest her way, with everyone seeking ways to approach her. Gatherings were burdensome to her. It wasn't that she didn't understand their importance, she did, but they weren't something she looked forward to. The weight of her role weighed heavily on her shoulders. "I'll do that." Aoife lightly massaged her cheeks. They had grown stiff from the prolonged smiling. It was proper decorum for her to greet everyone with a smile. Outwardly, she had to maintain perfection. There could be no flaws in her appearance. Like a thornless rose. "I'll most certainly find the time later to discuss the matters with you." "Haha, is that so? Thank you so much." The man she was talking to was quite handsome in appearance. With short brown hair and deep green eyes, he stood out from the rest. Although he wasn't from a notable household, his magic was strong. He would certainly make for a good connection. But the smell. Aoife felt her nose scrunch up with each breath. His entire body was clouded with a thick plume of perfume. A very powerful one at that. The smell was so overbearing that Aoife had a hard time keeping her face straight. But is it possible to talk about it now? Lines were slowly being crossed. "Unfortunately, I am busy." Aoife shook her head and made her rejection clear. Haha, it won't take long. Please hear me out. I'm sorry. He insisted. It really won't take that much time. I insist. The son of the third head of the Ivinus barony. A first-year cadet and the Black Star. Julian Dacre Ivinus. A certain name resounded across the hall, and the noise inside the venue quieted down. Heads turned and the doors swung open. Wearing a black outfit clothing that perfectly accentuated his appearance, his entrance captured the attention of everyone in the room. With chiseled features and calm and steady strides, he exuded an air of nobility. His dark, wavy hair framed his perfect features. The noble's piercing gaze carried a magnetic allure, leaving an indelible impression on those who settled their gazes on him. He's here. Isn't that? That's him, right? Whispers spread across the hall as people talked about him. He's here. Aoife's expression remained unchanged as he entered. As expected, only his presence could garner the attention of all present. However, unlike her, nobody approached him. He too was a rose. But unlike her, he was filled with thorns. One that kept those away from him. He could only be admired but not touched. A trait that made Aoife envious of him. But she wasn't like the rest. Tack. Her heels clicked on the marble floor as she advanced. All eyes were on her as she moved forward. The distance between the two shrank. And she was soon standing in front of him. There wasn't much of a change in his expression. He simply stared at her. His gaze felt pressuring, almost intimidating. As expected of a rose filled with thorns. Just standing next to him felt daunting. That said, I've been waiting for you. Aoife's lips pulled up and she extended her hand. Would you give me the honor? Mere thorns weren't anything Aoife was worried about. Should I take the hand? I looked at the outstretched hand. Feeling the gazes of all those around me, I lifted my gaze to look at Aoife. What is she thinking? I struggled to understand the motive of her actions. Was there some sort of secret agenda, or was this some sort of whim? I doubted it to be the latter. How troublesome. It wasn't as if I could refuse her in front of so many people. Furthermore, even though I didn't want to have anything to do with her due to the vision, I knew not to antagonize her. Perhaps the reason she killed me in the vision was because of the way I behaved. That wouldn't do me any good. Distance was good, but not at the cost of them hating me in the process. Therefore, it would be my pleasure. I accepted her offer and took her hand. Her expression subtly changed to one of surprise, but she was quick to hide it. With a thin smile, she lowered her head. It's settled, then. The two of us walked toward a more secluded area. Though there were still eyes on us, they were significantly less than before. None of them seemed keen on approaching us. I glanced at her as she walked alongside me. Apparently understanding my gaze, she pursed her lips to reply. I needed a little break. Oh. I figured that much. But was that all to it? That's all. Her words seemed to clarify that point. But I didn't trust her. It must be tough being a princess. Would have been tougher if I was the Black Star. Was it just me, or did she sound salty? I raised my brow to look at her. She frowned. I'm not. I didn't say anything. Your face says it all. Did it? I grabbed a nearby cup and slowly savored the drink. But just as I took a sip of the drink, I felt my brows crease and my tongue shrivel up. That's grape juice. I figured. I put the drink down. Did I hate grape juice? No, not really. I didn't mind it. However, there was something about the drink that my body rejected. Sweet. It was sweet. Way too sweet for my tastes. Sweet. When Aoife tried the drink, her eyebrow rose. She looked at me with a gaze that seemed to say, "What are you talking about?" I tilted my head, Does she not feel the same? It's too much. Ah. You are weird. Me? Try this. She proceeded to hand me a small pastry. I looked at her weirdly. Why? Try. She insisted. I thought about rejecting her, but seeing how insistent she was being, I decided to go along with it and took a small bite. It wouldn't hurt anyway. The moment I took a bite of the pastry, my lips pursed together and I momentarily forgot how to swallow. Regardless of how hard I tried, it just wouldn't go down. What the? As expected. Aoife's lips pulled up in realization. You can't take sweets. I grabbed the nearest tissue and spat out the pastry. When I glanced at Aoife, I noticed a subtle shift in her expression. It was as if she found something amusing. I guess you aren't as perfect as you make yourself out to be. What does that even mean? And why does she look so satisfied? You. My mouth had just parted open to say something when I realized that she was already gone. When did she? As I glanced around, I found my eyes tracing her back. For some reason, staring at her back, her steps seemed lighter than usual. Crazy. A sudden tug of my clothes attracted my attention. I looked around but was left confused. Nothing. I lowered my gaze and met two eyes. Stare. Ah. They stared at me with incredible intensity. But. A child. They belonged to a child. A little girl with long black hair and large crystal eyes. Her appearance was extremely cute. What is a child doing here? Cuteness aside, I was confused. What was she doing here? Wasn't this supposed to be a gathering of important people? Perhaps a child of a professor. Stare. Her stare turned even more intense. It was as if lasers were shooting at me. What? The child didn't reply and merely shifted her gaze. Following her line of sight, I realized. Ah. I held up my hand. The one that was holding the pastry. You want this? Nod. Nod. Her head bobbed up and down as saliva drooped from the corner of her mouth. She was quick to wipe her lips. The sight was an amusing one. Here. I handed her the pastry, which she quickly took and shoved down her mouth. The sight left me momentarily stunned. What sort of situation was this? That said, staring at her, my lips gently moved up. Clean up your mouth first. Taking a tissue, I dabbed her mouth. Here too. There were crumbs all over. Just how are you eating? She reminded me of my brother a lot. Ah. I stopped when I realized what I was doing. She reminded me of him so much that I had acted out of impulse. Thankfully, she didn't seem to have minded as she continued to eat the pastries in peace. I sighed in relief and leaned back on the table. I didn't know how to feel. I was once again reminded of the fact that my brother was no longer next to me. That there was a chance I could never see him again. A little part of me told me to move on and give up. To forget about my old life and move on. Such thoughts haunted me every day. But I couldn't. I just couldn't. Throwing away my past meant rejecting the very existence of my brother. I couldn't do it. Even if it meant I was chasing the impossible, I didn't plan on giving up. I lowered my head to stare at my hands. But why can't I progress? Even though 2 weeks had gone by, and I had been practicing every day, I couldn't grasp my other magic. It was as if it rejected me. Regardless of my struggles, I wasn't able to make any progress. It was frustrating. I knew that I had to be patient. That I would one day get there. But how long did I have to wait for that day to come? My days were running low, and the gravity of my situation was starting to sink in. I didn't have long. That much was true. It was the fact that I knew that my time was limited that prevented me from enjoying the party. Seeing everyone converse and interact with one another, I felt a sense of estrangement. Alienation. As if I didn't belong here. Nobody dared to approach me, and when I tried to interact with someone, they'd tactfully distance themselves away from me. Was I that intimidating? No. I don't belong here. That much was starting to become clear to me. This very world. It was rejecting my existence. Or was it me that was rejecting it? I wasn't quite sure. In the time that I spent here fruitlessly trying to make connections, I could have spent training and learning my second ability. With such thoughts, I took a sip of water and headed for the exit. There was no longer a point in staying here. Right. Because I didn't fit here. What do you think about joining our household? I'm sure we can offer you better incentives than the ones offered by the Ivinus household. Firstly, we'd be willing to pay you more than they pay you. Not only that, but we'd also relieve you of your nightly duties and support you wholeheartedly. If you wish to remain a knight, we may even promote you to commander. With a word, I can make that happen. Leon casually took a sip of his drink, something called Amarina, and pursed his lips. Tastes like shit. Far too bitter for his tastes. Do consider our offer. We can offer you a lot more than what the Ivinus household has offered you. You don't have to worry about the consequences. We'll be able to tell. If you would excuse me. Hey. Placing the drink down, Leon turned around and left. He was starting to grow tired of hearing the offer over and over again. It wasn't just that. The place. Everything about it. It felt extremely stuffy. How many does that make? A familiar voice reached him from behind. As he turned around, his eyes fell on the familiar figure and he flatly replied. Counting that. About 9. A lot more than I thought. Evelyn scratched the side of her face. Wearing a formal white dress, decorated with purple jewelry and accessories, her appearance attracted the gazes of many of the people attending. It was hard to stand out given that most of the cadets present looked good themselves, but only a few truly stood out amongst the masses. Evelyn was one of those few. Probably not as many as the times you've got asked out. Rubbing salt to my wounds. Leon lightly shrugged. You started it. Right. Evelyn nodded before her brows knit together. She then tactfully said. Have you never considered their offer? From what I know, they're quite good. A lot better than what you're currently receiving. Perhaps. But I can't leave the Ivinus household. Leon's thoughts regarding them were rather complicated. They hadn't exactly been the nicest to him. Only once he had started to display his talent did their attitude towards him change. Before then, he was a servant. Someone that they were willing to discard with a thought. The wounds of his past were still vividly etched in his mind, and not a day passed where he forgot. Even now, he was constantly reminded of those days. And it was with such thoughts that he ambiguously added. Not yet. I see. As if she had expected such an answer, Evelyn nodded her head, and no longer pursued the matter. She could tell it was a sensitive matter. Evelyn's expression changed, and her eyes stared off in the distance. Leon followed her line of sight, and made a similar expression. Julian, the first son of the household in question, appeared at the end of the hall. He was also one of the few that stood out in appearance. His every movement and action attracted the eyes of those present. It was hard to not take note of him when he stood out that much. He's changed quite a bit. Evelyn started to speak as her eyes traced his figure. Though he carries himself in the same manner as in the past, there's something different about him. Am I the only one that's noticing these changes? It's been 5 years since you've last seen him. Leon replied flatly. It's normal for him to be different. I guess you're right, but... Evelyn narrowed her eyes as her gaze continued to trace Julian's figure. Wasn't he usually the type of guy that enjoys attention? Why does it seem like he's leaving? Leaving? Leon's face finally showed changes, and to his surprise, it was indeed as Evelyn pointed out. Julian, who had reached the entrance of the hall, was reaching out for his felt jacket. His actions aroused the attention of many of those attending. What's he doing? Did he forget something in his jacket? It couldn't be helped. The event had only just begun, and he was already leaving. The expressions of many of the people present varied. But the consensus was that his decision made no sense. This was especially so for Leon, who put his drink down. You're leaving? Yeah. He had no choice but to. It was his duty to keep Julian safe. Though he wasn't sure why Julian was acting like this, he had no choice but to follow. Before leaving, he paused to stare at Evelyn. I hope you enjoy the gathering. And with those last words, he went ahead to follow Julian. As he left, Evelyn's eyes traced his back. Putting her drink down, she mumbled. Something's off. Hoo. The breeze hit my face as I left the venue. I felt a sense of liberation coming out of the building. The weight of the stairs. The suffocating environment. It was all gone. I could finally breathe properly again. Better. Why did you leave so early? An expected voice reached me from behind. I didn't need to look to know who it was. I felt like it was a waste of time. Were you trying hard enough? I doubt you're intimidating to the point where everyone avoids you. Was that the case? I thought about it for a while before nodding. That was probably the case. Maybe so. But this sort of thing. I'm not fit for it. My body and mind rejected it. It felt too stuffy. I don't think I could have stayed much longer. HAAA. For the first time since meeting him, I heard a long sigh coming from Leon. Stunned, I turned around to see him massaging his forehead. Eventually, as if resigned, he also loosened his clothes. To be honest, I was feeling the same. Taken aback by his response, my brow raised. He was. What? No, nothing. I shook my head and turned to look away. I'm just glad we're on the same page. I smiled and massaged my shoulders. Then, without looking back, I took the path back to Haven. The distance back wasn't very far. Rather, it should have been a very short walk. The path was also nice. With no buildings in sight, it provided a great view. The entire time the two of us remained quiet as we observed the surroundings. There wasn't much to say between us, and all we could do was enjoy the surroundings. Everything was going smoothly when my feet came to a stop. Something's wrong. The path, which should have been a short one, suddenly felt extremely long. What should have been a 10 to 5 minute walk extended longer than that. I had just turned around to address Leon when my body froze. Hey, did yo, My heart dropped and my heartbeat quickened. I was alone. Leon was gone. When did this? I could have sworn I had felt his presence just moments prior. So when did he? I took a deep breath to calm my nerves, which were steadily rising. Panic was starting to set in, but I was quick to push it down. Good thing I trained myself for these situations. Though I was still in the beginning stages, I didn't let fear cloud my mind. Take control of my body. And just as I managed to calm myself down. Blink. The world changed with a single blink. The familiar path disappeared, and replacing it was a dense forest. Trees surrounded me from all sides while the moon hung in the sky. It was a familiar environment, and my heartbeat, which I had barely managed to calm, started beating crazily. Bah. Thump. Bah. Thump. It drummed powerfully in my mind, overtaking my thoughts. This place. A familiar environment. One that I distinctly remembered even now that a week had passed. Vision. Only one word escaped from my mouth, but it was all I needed to say to understand my situation. This place, the trees, the moon that hung in the sky. It was all from the vision I had seen last week. It can't be. A part of me wanted to refuse the situation. Deny that this was really happening, but staring at the familiar environment, I knew this was the reality. My reality. Shit. A curse inexplicable escaped from my mouth as my heart drummed with even more force. It beat with such force that it made it hard to think. And the fear that I so tried to suppress once again started to take over my mind. My palms felt sweaty. My breath grew heavy. And my mind started to cloud. I have to go. But even in all of this, I was able to retain some rationality. I hadn't suffered so much for nothing. Let's think. My memories of the event were still clear in my mind. All the details from then were still vividly etched in my mind. In the vision, I recall heading a certain direction. It started with me running in a certain direction before meeting a hooded figure who then proceeded to kill me. I looked around and searched for all the details. Eventually, a direction became clear to me. The hooded figure is that way. That much was clear. But what now? Run? That seemed to be the only logical conclusion. I was still weak, and whoever was responsible for this was stronger than I was. Let alone the fact that I was still unable to use my other magic, the only magic I could actually use in combat. At this moment, I was useless. A walking target. If only. I clenched my jaw and stared at my hands. A deep sense of frustration welled up within me as I stared at them. But just as fast as it came, I pushed it down. Now was not the time. Processing all the information, I looked back in the direction of my memories and turned away. Russell. For now. This was my only option. Bonus chapter for hitting 800 PS. Thank you so much for the support. With my vision obscured by the darkness, all I could perceive were sounds. Russell. The sound of the bushes moving past me. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. The sound of my breath. Crunch. Crunch. The crunching sound of my feet stepping on the foliage beneath. How long had I been running for? I had lost track by now. I had been running so much that my legs were starting to feel heavy, and my lungs were on fire. Questions such as, did I run far enough? Am I safe? Can I stop? Repeatedly flooded my mind as I continued to move forward. My mind wavered in such moments. Will the ending be the same as in the vision? Am I destined to die? H-A-A-A. I took a deep breath and stopped. I wasn't scared of death. Death was something I had already experienced. There was nothing scary about it. If anything, it felt liberating. But not this way. This wasn't how I wanted to die. Not just that. Just because I wasn't scared of death didn't mean that I looked forward to death. There were things that I wanted to do. Achieve. A person that I wanted to meet again. I couldn't let myself die like that. And it was with such thoughts that I sat down on the ground. Running was no longer an option for me. It became quite clear to me after running for the past hour. All it did was waste my stamina. Sure, it perhaps bought me some time. But for what exactly? Delay my death? Reinforcements. What reinforcements? There was no point in uselessly clinging to some hope that was perhaps never going to come. The only person I could rely on at the moment was myself. To get out of here alive. I had no one else but myself to rely on. Huh. I took a deep breath and extended my hand forward. A familiar warmth coursed down from my abdominal area as a magic circle started to form. Please work. This was my only hope. Where am I? Leon looked around him and frowned. He appeared to be around a dense forest. Where exactly, he wasn't sure. He had no time to make sure. Looking around, he called out, "Young master." But he received no response. As expected, he was alone. Leon's expression turned grim at the thought. It wasn't that he was worried about Julian. He was unsure of the depth of his strength. Was he stronger or weaker than him? Leon wasn't exactly sure. But he had no time to ponder over this matter any longer. Sensing something, his expression changed and he lightly stomped his foot on the ground, pushing himself back. Bang! Just as his body moved, the spot which he had been standing on just moments prior exploded. Pieces of debris flew in the air as a cloud of dust rose in the air, masking Leon's sight. Tisk! A rough voice echoed shortly after. As the cloud cleared, a hulking figure draped in a large black hood emerged, casually holding an axe over their shoulder. "You're a lot more slippery than I thought," he began to say, the air trembling at the tone of his voice. Leon's eyes narrowed as he slowly unsheathed the sword from his hips. "Sheeing." He looked around before saying, "Where is this? And who are you?" Rather than answering, the hooded figure massaged its chin. "I was told you were different." "As expected. You really are different. I didn't think you'd be this composed in this situation." Leon remained silent. He was carefully scoping out his surroundings. Areas where he could escape in case he couldn't handle his opponent, advantages he could use, and so on. Nothing escaped his sight. "I see what you're trying to do." Almost faintly, Leon caught what appeared to be a smile under the hood. "Commendable. Observing your surroundings to increase your advantages. Finding escape points in case you're at a disadvantage. I can see what you're trying to do. But..." Bang! Stomping his foot on the ground, the hooded figure disappeared from his spot, reappearing right in front of Leon in less than a second. Axe held with both hands, he whispered. "Just like the other guy. There's no escape for the two of you." Swoosh! And he swung down. "How long has it been?" 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. A day. I had lost track of time. I hadn't moved the entire time, and kept my focus entirely on the magic circle in front of me. But 1 rune. 2 runes. 3 runes. 8 runes. 9 runes. 10 runes. 11 runes. TZZZZ. KH. I still couldn't make any progress. Even after all this time. After doing everything that I possibly could. Shit. Why? Why? Was I just being too hasty? Was that it? From what I was told, simply learning to be able to use a spell shouldn't take more than a few hours. So long as one was adept at it, they could learn it. It was what I had learned in the 2 weeks I had been in this world. So. TZZZZ. Why? Why was it that I still couldn't learn it? Did I need more time? But I didn't have time. This was the only thing I could do. My other power couldn't be used to fight the person in the vision. There was nothing else I could do. This was my only option. HHAAA. My breath betrayed my exasperation as I blankly stared at the night sky. Was this my limit? No, if I only had more time. Then. KH. I quietly called out for my status screen. A large window appeared in my vision. Type, elemental, curse. Why? Why was it that I was able to grasp emotive magic so easily, and yet struggled to understand this magic. Was it because of my ability? Or was it because I wasn't truly capable of understanding this magic? Yet again, I was reminded of one fact. I didn't belong to the world. Right. I'm just an existence that casually entered this place. The reason why I was struggling so much. Why it was so hard for me to learn. It had nothing to do with talent. I was simply not meant to have learned it. This world. I smiled bitterly. It's rejecting me. Ha ha. It was a laughable thought. But even if the world was rejecting me, I had no choice but to continue. Again. I stared at my hand and channeled the mana from my abdomen. A familiar warmth flooded my body. 1 rune. 2 runes. 3 runes. 5 runes. Tzzzz. I tasted failure. Over. And over. And over again. Drip. Drip. Blood continuously dripped down from my nose as my eyes grew blurry. I was getting tired. Tired of the meaningless practice that held no progress. It had stopped at 11 runes. There was just 1 rune that I was missing before the magic circle would complete. But Tzzzz. That step seemed an impossible one. It slowly started to sink in my mind. This is meaningless. Right. Tzzzz. Why waste time? Tzzzz. Practicing something. Tzzzz. That wields no progress. I finally lowered my hand and closed my eyes. My mana reserves were almost empty and exhaustion had taken over my body. In the end, I was just meaninglessly struggling. Chasing after something I wasn't meant to achieve. If I had more time then, I'd have pursued things differently. But I had run out of time. Cough. Cough. My hands stained with my blood as a familiar fire raged up in my lungs. It became even clearer to me that my time was up. And as if to further confirm this, the nearby greenery rustled. Rustle. A hooded figure emerged from behind the bushes. So that's where you were. You really made it hard for me to find you. Thankfully, I was able to track you through your scent, or I really would have never been able to find you. His poise. His voice. They were all similar to the one in the vision. Finally, he stopped and stared at me. A surprised sound escaped his lips as he stared at me. Would you look at that? I knew you were weak from your mana signature, but I didn't think you'd be this weak. Is that so? With what little energy I had left, my voice layered and I forced myself up, dashing away from the area. Ho ho. Was that your emotive magic? The hooded's figure calm voice echoed from behind. Not bad. Not bad at all. My chest almost stung. Really? What an interesting power. It's a good thing I came prepared. Rustle. I ran through the forest, feeling the rough branches scrape against my skin. The underbrush clawed at my legs, leaving stinging cuts all over. But I paid them no mind. 1 rune. 2 runes. As I ran, I made sure to focus my attention on my hand. The runes were slowly piling up. Tzzzz. But even in such a situation, failure seemed inevitable. I gritted my teeth and continued running. The situation seemed hopeless. My emotive magic seemed to not affect him. I couldn't comprehend the other magic, and I was on my last breath. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. At some point, my leg wobbled. Crash. And I fell face first against the ground. Ugh. I scraped the ground in an attempt to help myself up. But thud. I couldn't get up. Sweat poured down from the side of my face as my chest burned with even greater intensity than before. My lungs were on fire. Already tired. The hooded man appeared behind me, seemingly confused by my situation. Just barely, I managed to turn my body to face him. I thought you'd struggle more, Black Star. I did. In the end, the rumors about you were exaggerated. You. At some point, his voice had drowned out from my mind. My eyes wandered over my right forearm where a four-clover tattoo appeared. There was still something. I had been saving it up for this moment. It was my last hope. So, I extended my hand and pressed on it. Yet again. I had no choice but to rely on this ability. But would the results really change? Trrrrrrr. I held onto my knees and stared at the moving wheel. This was my last-ditch attempt at something. Although I knew that this was merely a fruitless attempt at trying to save my skin, there was nothing else I could do. I had exhausted all my options. This was my only remaining option. It was a futile attempt at trying to do something. Even though the previous times bore fruit and helped me out in my situations, the case wasn't the same this time. Emotions. They were a supplementary power. A tool used to help in certain situations. But that's it. By itself, they couldn't help me in this situation. I was doomed. I knew it. And it was because of this that the sense of frustration that I felt further intensified. Damn it. If only. The wheel stopped. Red. Anger. The world around me changed. It turned white. I looked around me and frowned. Unlike the previous experiences where memories or environments appeared, the world remained like this. Completely white. What? I lost control of my body. It wasn't an unfamiliar experience, as it had happened to me once before. I didn't reject it. I let it guide me and my body slowly sat down on the ground. What? My hand moved forward and a warm current flooded out from my body, slowly gathering toward the tip of my fingers. A circle and set of runes hovered over my fingers. Ones I had grown used to seeing a lot. This is 1 rune. 2 runes. 5 runes. Tzzzz. The spell shattered at 5. And it was at that moment that I regained control of my body. My chest tightened a little, but aside from that, I didn't experience anything else. What's going on? I looked around me. The world was still completely white. There were no changes around me, and I was confused. However, thinking back at my actions after my body was taken over, an idea started to form. Is it telling me to practice? How did this represent anger? Or was it that my powers understood my situation? That I was fucked? Regardless. I took advantage of the situation and started to practice again. One after another, runes started to connect. Rune 1, Rune 2, Rune 3, Rune 4, Rune 5, Rune 6, Rune 7. Tzzzz. Fail. Nothing surprising. I had lost count of the many times I had failed by now. Looking around and seeing nothing changed, I knew that I was fine. Time stopped on the outside. I could still practice. Though I didn't know how long I'd be here, I knew I needed to take advantage of the opportunity. Yeah. It's fine. Though I told myself that, my lips were pursed together. Yeah. I can do it. Again. Time passed. Tzzzz. It's nothing big. I laughed but my mind didn't. My chest grew tighter all of a sudden. 6 runes. My progress regressed. Let's do it. It continued to flow. Tzzzz. Another failure. How many was it now? 100th time. Okay. Reasonable. My chest trembled and my eyes narrowed. A weird sensation tangled my chest. It was light. Nothing that I couldn't control. But it was growing. Steadily. What was it? I pushed it down. I had no time to ponder over such a matter. Again. I had to keep practicing. Right. Practice. It never stopped. Tzzzz. My chest felt tighter. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. My vision became narrower. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. My breathing quickened. The feeling I felt before. Tzzzz. It started to grow. Tzzzz. With each failure. Tzzzz. The feeling in my chest started to grow. And. Tzzzz. I finally realized what it was. Tzzzz. Arg. I clenched my fists and screamed at the world. Rage. The feeling that was slowly building up in my chest. It was rage. Why? Why? Why can't I? I punched the floor repeatedly in my fit of rage. Fuck. Bang. Fuck. Bang. Why? Bang. Can't. Bang. I do it. Bang. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. Ha. My head felt light. All I could feel was a strange pulse in my head as my thoughts disappeared, and all I could think of was my repeated failures. How many times is it now? Why can't I do it? What is wrong with me? I continued to scream at the sky as I felt my veins bulge from my neck. Am I really that shit? Is that the fucking case? I couldn't accept it. Fuck. I didn't want to accept it. So. I continued. But. Tzzzz. Despite all my attempts, I continued to fail. And the more I failed. Argh. The angrier I got. Damn it. I trashed my surroundings, screaming at the sky with all my might. Bang. I punched my face. It seemed to relieve some of the frustration that I felt. So. Bang. Bang. I punched it again. KH. Faster. Bang. Stronger. Bang. And faster. Bang. Bang. Motherfuck. Ack. I screamed again. Ah. I let everything out. I knew that my current appearance was pathetic. That I was pathetic. But. I was desperate. Failure meant death. I had no choice but to succeed. Why couldn't I just do it? Ha ha. Why? My eyes started to sting. The rage that had clouded my mind slowly started to subside, and I lay blankly on the ground. My entire body was in pieces and my mana reserves were empty. I was powerless. Time passed again. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. And in such time, I remained motionless on the ground. When is this going to end? At some point, I started to wonder. How long was this immersion going to last for? It had never lasted so long before. I closed my eyes and embraced the darkness. I was starting to get tired of white. When I opened my eyes again, a little more time had passed. I was still stuck in the white space. HAAA. My mind had recovered and so did my mana. Sitting up straight, I extended my hand. Again. And tried again. Time flowed. A week passed like this. Or something like that. I had lost track of time. In the time, the only thing I did was practice. Hunger, thirst, and sleep weren't a problem for me. I could practice for as long as I wanted. But. Tzzzz. Once again. I failed. Ah! I reached out for my head to pull my hair, but there was nothing left. I had already ripped out all the hair on my head. Damn it. Rage had already taken hold of me. But even that had its limit. Ha. Ha. In another week, I had lost my voice. I slumped down on the ground and blankly stared at the white world. I was tired now. So tired that the anger that had taken control of me was slowly starting to subside. When will I get out? Wasn't this enough? For how much longer did I have to be here? I already understood anger. So, let me out. Let me fucking out. Now. Please. I can't see crack. As if the world had finally listened to my prayers, the space shattered and darkness overtook my vision once more. One that was broken by a sudden notification. End of proof LVL1. Anger EXP plus 23%. Ha. I felt the coarse texture of the ground beneath. The cold wind in the sky. And the faint earthy smell of the soil. I was back. Finally. Ha 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 ha. I started to laugh unknowingly. A certain emotion boiled in my chest. It was a raging fire. A volcano that was on the verge of erupting. It threatened to take hold of my body. But all I could do was laugh. Cough. Ha ha. Even as I coughed up blood, all I could do was laugh. So much time had passed, and yet I still hadn't managed to achieve success. How could I not laugh? It was pathetic. I was pathetic. Ha ha yuk. Then, something held me by the neck, and I felt my body lift from the ground. Have you lost it? It was the hooded figure. I was told not to kill you, but though I couldn't see, he appeared to be frowning under the hood. I didn't care enough to wait for his next words. My chest was burning. I needed to let it out. My hands slowly raised. They neared for his arm. So long as I touch him, I'll be able to. What are you doing? His eyes snapped down to stare at my hands. Bang. Awk. I felt my back crack as I crashed against something hard. My mind buzzed and my vision blurred. What happened? I glanced around me and noticed the pieces of trunk around me. Ah. Shit, I don't know what to do. The hooded's figure voice reached me from the front. Ruffling his head, he mumbled. Should I just kill you? My orders were to keep you alive. Ugh, when will that bastard get here? That bastard. There was someone else. Ha ha. I wanted to laugh again. How fucked was this situation? Had it ever been possible for me to escape this situation? Cough. Cough. Blood spilled all over my pants as I coughed. I looked up at the hooded figure, reaching for every breath. Stay put, will you? He began to raise his hand, a purple magic circle floating in front of him. I widened my eyes and prepared to move my body, but the magic circle never pointed at me. The ground shuddered. Tuck. And several skeletal hands reached out from the ground. What? The sight stunned me. Clawing up from the ground, they slowly pulled themselves up to reveal the figures of several skeletons. Necromancer. The hooded figure flicked his hand. The skeletons approached me from all sides. Cub 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 cub. That should keep you from moving. Don't even think about using your powers on them, unlike me, they don't have feelings. This. I gritted my teeth and stared at the approaching skeletons. The pain that was invading my chest was growing with each second, and it was getting hard to sustain. But as he said, skeletons had no feelings, and unless I touched him, there was no way for me to affect him. What do? I grabbed onto the tree trunk and forced myself up. My legs were shaky and my only support was the tree behind me. Without it, I'd still be on the floor. Cub, 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 cub. The skeletons were now a few meters in front of me. It's over. I don't want it to be over. One more time. I moved my hand behind my back. A warm current flowed from my abdominal area. It was a familiar process. One that I had done countless amounts of time. Each time ending in failure. More. My mana drained. I started to perceive pain even more vividly. The pain from my broken back, the pain in my mouth and the taste of my blood, the fire raging in my lungs, and the boiling feelings that were spilling from my chest. I perceived everything. Vividly. And it was tearing my mind apart. But. Come. I endured that pain and added to it. If it meant success. Rune 1, Rune 2, Rune 3, Rune 4, Rune 5, Rune 6, Rune 7, Rune 8, Rune 9, Rune 10, Rune 11. The runes were connecting. This was a step I had reached thousands of times before. I always failed here. A part of me was already expecting my inevitable failure. I thought it'd be like this even now. I really did. But then. Click. Ah. As if some shackles broke free, my mind cleared. The mana flowed without interruption. It didn't stop and shatter like it usually did. As if a path had formed, the mana in my body flowed toward an end. This is. I could feel the mana bend and twist at the tip of my fingers. Purple points scattered around my vision. They were spread apart. But it felt like I could do something. As if I was entranced, I raised my hand which had turned wholly purple, and pointed in their direction. Tangible purple hands sprouted out from that point. Ah! They clasped on the hooded figure's clothes. But they shattered almost immediately. Still. Ugh. It was enough. What the? The hooded figure fell on one knee. What I? KH. My body moved forward. I stumbled forward. Raising my hand, I glanced around and tapped 3 other points around me. Hands sprouted again. They latched onto the skeletons, halting their movements for a brief moment. But that was enough. I stumbled forward. Toward the hooded figure who had grown pale. Hands of Malady, it wasn't a powerful spell. However, when caught, one would experience hallucinations, nausea, and vertigo for a brief moment. The stronger one was, the less effective this was. It was because of this that I had to keep moving. As if bewitched, my steps hurried. But just as I neared him. Thump. My legs faltered and I stumbled forward. Ugh. No, not yet. So close. I reached my hand forward and grasped the soil. Purely out of desperation, I clawed myself forward. Time seemed to flow slowly, but all of this had happened in a matter of seconds. I had to be fast. Almost. His foot was close. So close to me. So long as I managed to touch it. It was only a few centimeters away. I was the closest yet, and yet it felt the furthest I had ever been. It reminded me of a previous thought. The world rejects me. My very existence didn't belong to this world. I wasn't meant to be here. But was that really the case? Did the world truly reject me? It didn't. I was the one who rejected the world. The existence that was known as Julian. And everything that came with it. It wasn't the world that rejected me. It was I who was rejecting it. And that made me understand. If I wanted to survive in this world, I needed to accept who I was. Accept that I was no longer back on Earth but in a different place. One with different rules and set of morals. I was no longer Emmett Rowe. I was now Julian Dacre Ivinus. While I mustn't forget my past, I also mustn't forget my present. And with such thoughts, My hand. Ah. It finally reached his foot. And I let everything out. Anger. Ah. A scream resounded. It echoed loudly in the sky as it pierced through everything. It was overwhelming. Thump. He fell on his back and held his head with both hands. Ah. Ah. I could relate. After all, he was experiencing all the anger I had felt in the immersive state. All of it in a concentrated bundle. All at once. Ah. Ah. He trashed on the ground, pulling at his hair with force. Ugh. I clung to the ground and pushed myself up. It wasn't over yet. Reaching for the nearest rock, I stumbled forward, only stopping a few meters away from him. Ah. Ah. My lips trembled and I took a deep breath. KH. My eyes closed and my hand raised. PFTTT. Yut. Blood splattered over me as I smashed down with the rock. My entire stomach churned at the sensation and unknowingly, my mouth parted open as something came out of my throat. Blearg. It was puke. But. Uck. HAAA. Taking a deep breath, I once again smashed down with the rock. PFTTT. The sight upset my stomach further as everything flooded out of my stomach. Blearg. In my mind. The thought of killing someone and witnessing such a gruesome sight. No, he was going to kill me. I had no choice. Yes. I had to do this. PFTTT. Blearg. But even so, my stomach continued to betray my thoughts as I continued to bash the head with my hand. Blood continuously spilled all over me as I raised my hand and smashed it down. Over. And over. And over again. Thud. HAAA. 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 I only stopped when my body could no longer move. Lying on the ground, I stared at my hands. Even as I bled and my bones were broken. Did it. The only thing I thought about was the fact that I had succeeded. That I hadn't failed. After so much struggle, I had managed to succeed. And that felt so liberating. It tore away at all the other thoughts that were clouding my mind. Hoo. Gradually my eyes closed and darkness overtook my vision. I was tired and I still didn't know what was going on. But, for the first time in a very long time, I felt joy. End of proof LVL1. Joy EXP plus 2%. Rustle. The bushes swayed and a figure emerged. It was a little girl with black hair and deep eyes. Casually holding onto a pastry, she tossed it in her mouth and wiped her lips. Her eyes squinted slightly as she savored the sweet pastry. Her form started to shift. Her height started to increase, and her expression started to mature. Gradually, the silhouette of an extremely charming woman began to unfold. Glossy black hair, deep hazel eyes. Delilah blankly stared at the scene in front of her. It was a gruesome sight. One that would cause the normiest of people to feel sick. Lying beside a mushed-up body was none other than Julian. The Black Star. She recalled the scene she witnessed, and only a thought crossed her mind. He's weak. That he was weak. But his mind is not. It was strong. Very strong. Not bad. All of this had been a test. Such an attack as if it could really happen when she was overseeing the institute. Evaluating the enemy, and judging that they weren't strong, she allowed for them to do whatever they pleased, and let them teleport Julian and Leon out of the academy. All she did was follow the mana trace from the spell to get to where they were. It wasn't that far. Took her no time to get there and oversee the situation. In case they couldn't handle them, she'd interfere. She had been prepared to interfere during Julian's struggle, but yet again, he showed her why she had selected him as the Black Star. His anger, desperation, she could feel it from where she was. The image of his expression lingered in her mind even until now. To the point where she opened her lips to mutter anger. Her hands trembled, but it wasn't much. Nothing compared to how he did it. Her expression showed signs of cracking as she faintly smiled. I guess he's better than me. In the emotive field, that was. It was a funny thought. It wasn't as though she was talented in such a field. She could use emotive magic, but it wasn't excellent. In a sense, she felt a sense of defeat. Her gaze continued to linger over Julian. More specifically, toward his forearm, where a familiar tattoo rested. She wanted to see what he'd do in such a situation. Catch him lacking, but he never faltered. His performance was flawless. To the point where Delilah started to question herself. Am I wrong? But clearly, the tattoo he had was the same. Her delicate brows gently knit together. What a headache. Flicking her hand, Julian's body levitated upwards. Nudging her fingers, his body drifted towards her. Stopping just a few inches away, she brought her finger to his neck. Nothing serious. His body wasn't exactly in the best of shapes, but his heart was steady. There were no life-threatening injuries. He was at most tired. As for his broken bones and body, that much could be handled by the infirmary. It would take at most a couple of days for him to be fully healed. Sensing something, Delilah's head turned to face the distance. She felt a subtle mana trace coming from there. That's when she recalled. Ah, right. There was someone else that was here. Her form gradually started to blend with the world alongside Julian's. Before long, the two of them disappeared. Swoosh. Just as the two of them left, a change started to take place in the surroundings. The broken trees in the distance started to repair, the body on the ground shattered in fragments, and everything returned to how it had been a few hours prior. Rustle. The trees rustled under the breeze of the wind, and all traces of what had been disappeared. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Dark. My vision was dark. And it was cold. But that cold didn't last for long. Something warm embraced my body. It felt nice. To the point where I wanted to bask in it for a little longer. But I knew I couldn't. This comfort. It wasn't something that I was meant to enjoy. My reality wasn't as comfortable as this. That much I knew. As if a switch had been flipped, my eyes opened, and light entered my vision. Where am I? That was the first thing I thought when I looked up. It was a white ceiling. One I wasn't familiar with. My head shifted, and I managed to look down. I was lying in bed. The room I was in wasn't anything big. With a wooden table opposite the bed and a metal cabinet, the room felt rather lacking. It was bland. The pungent smell of alcohol lingered in the air as my nose scrunched up. The sterile scent hinted at the fact that I was in some sort of medical center. But where exactly? Ugh. Just as I thought to check, my face stiffened. My entire body was in pain, and I could barely lift my head. But I also understood something. I am safe. I didn't know why I felt this way. The place was unfamiliar, and yet I didn't feel like I was in any danger. Of course, even if I was in danger, I didn't have the time to think about it. Ugh. Memories from before started to flood my mind and my stomach churned. I hastily looked around before leaning over the bedside. And blurg. Once again, I puked. Blurg. It all came out at once. I wasn't able to hold it, and just flowed out from my stomach. Blurg. My throat hurt, and my eyes started to sting. I was also struggling to breathe as I barely had any time to catch my breath. It was just endless. The reality of the situation finally started to hit me. I had killed someone. Ha! It wasn't so much that I was distraught by that idea. He had been trying to kill me. I was merely defending myself. But, as I recalled the way that I killed him, the blood that spilled with each swing, the smell of it as it invaded my nostrils, the pieces of his brain that splattered, blurg. My stomach once again turned over and I continued to puke. But this time, nothing came out. I only made the sound but nothing came out. I had emptied my entire stomach. There was nothing left for me to puke. I wiped my lips and took deep and even breaths. I felt like utter shit. Every time I thought back to the memories, my mouth would gag. I wished I could forget all about that memory and just move on, but I can't forget. I mustn't forget. Like I said, it was time for me to accept the world. Who I now was. And the morals of this world. I had to accept them. I couldn't stay as Emmett Rowe forever. I had to become Julian Dacre Ivinus. The world didn't reject me. I rejected it. And it was time for me to accept it. From its laws to its morals. I needed to conform my way of thinking to it. Only this way would I be able to find what I wanted. Therefore, I closed my eyes and replayed the scene in my mind. Over and over again. I tried to recall all the details. From the sounds to the smells, all that I could think of. I tried to recall. Ugh. My throat gagged each time, but I let my mind immerse in the memories. I knew that this wasn't going to be enough. That it was going to take time for me to adjust to this sort of mentality, but one had to start from somewhere. And this was my starting point. Creak. The door of the room creaked open as a figure draped in white robes entered. With tall blonde hair and green eyes, he scanned the room and sighed. I was wondering why there was so much sound. He flicked his hand once, and all the puke on the floor disappeared. So did the smell, which made me feel better. Let's start with the introduction. I'm Dr. Gable Wright. I'm in charge of healing you. Oh. I lowered my eyes and sat back. Am I at the institute? Oh. You're aware. MHM. It wasn't that hard to figure out. I had been thinking about it for a bit, but was it really possible for something like this to happen under the watch of the institute that boasted itself to be the #1 in the empire? No. That was most likely not the case. But if that was the case, why did something like this happen? Were they just incompetent? Or was there more to it? Fucking game. The Chancellor personally brought you back here in the middle of the night. Nobody is aware that you're here yet. Taking out a wooden pad, the doctor glanced at it before continuing. Broken collarbone, 3 fractured ribs, a punctured lung, spinal fracture. What sort of situation did you get yourself into? Ha! I inwardly laughed. I wanted to know, too. In the end, I was going to be stuck here for a bit. Great. Well. Putting the clipboard down, he ruffled his hair. The injuries aren't anything serious or anything like that. So you should be fine with leaving by tomorrow. I'll be leaving to check on my other patients. Rest for now. I'll come to check up on you later. He left just like that. Ah. Clank. The door closed and silence enveloped the room. I thought back to his words and found myself blinking twice. Injuries aren't anything serious. Broken collarbone, 3 fractured ribs, a punctured lung, spinal fracture. Should be fine to leave by tomorrow. This. Ha ha. I couldn't help but laugh. Although this was another world. It still left me stunned. Fucking ridiculous. What is? No, it's. I abruptly looked to my left and my eyes widened. When did she? leaning against the nearest table, her long, flowing black hair draped down her shoulder as she cocked her head. Her appearance was so blinding that I struggled to comprehend what was before me. So, what's so ridiculous? Memories started to flood my mind, and I felt my face stiffen. It took me no time to figure out who the woman before me was. One of the 7 monarchs. The one who was closest to the zenith. Delilah V. Rosenberg. What? The words were stuck in my mouth. I had a hard time understanding the situation. No, not quite. An idea formed in my mind shortly after, and I was able to calm myself down. You're here regarding the incident. This much should have been obvious. Once my mind calmed down and I processed my situation, I got a picture of the situation. Perhaps you want a report. My side of the story regarding the situation. The words flowed out of my mouth smoothly. I had been puking just moments prior, and my head was still throbbing, but even in such a state, I was able to think clearly. My pain had not been for nothing. I can do that, but I'd like to know something in return. Delilah didn't answer and just stared at me. With her arms crossed, she casually leaned her head back. I felt a shiver run down my body as her gaze swept my body. It felt intense, and the hair at the back of my neck rose. As expected of one of the strongest people. Just standing next to her feels pressuring. I had already experienced this sensation before, during the examination, but compared to then, the pressure I was feeling was to a greater degree. It felt suffocating. And then. All right. She blinked. The pressure that was covering me disappeared. Almost as if it had never been there. Let's do that. You ask me a question, I'll ask one too. I silently nodded my head. Then, musing over my thoughts, I opened my mouth and carefully said. You were there, weren't you? Watching everything. Even now, the idea that the Institute wasn't aware of this incident didn't make sense. Surely, their security wasn't that bad. For an incident like that to occur to someone as important as me. The Black Star. It just didn't make sense. And it was with such thoughts that I was convinced of my theory. But that wasn't all. I overheard the doctor say, the Chancellor personally brought you back. Since you were the one who brought me back, I have reason to believe that you were the one who was watching. I paused and mustered the courage to look into her eyes. They were deep. So deep that I felt like they could suck me in at any second. But swallowing my saliva, I finished. I'm right, aren't I? Silence plunged the room after I said my piece. Delilah's gaze continued to linger over me, as if she was trying to gauge my inner feelings. Just when I thought she'd do something, her mouth opened. It is said that when an emotive mage reaches the last stage in their path, the 5th stage of completion and the perfect path, they become capable of seeing emotions, not within them but within others. In such cases, it becomes almost impossible for someone to lie to them. Or hide how they feel. I quietly listened to her words. While I didn't understand where she was going with this, the piece of information surprised me. By the 5th stage. Did that equate to level 5? Was this what she meant by the 5th stage? If so, does that mean that if I reach level 5, I'll be able to tell whenever someone is experiencing said emotion? It sounded rather useful. But still, what did that have to do with our conversation? Could it be? Are you perhaps implying that you can see my emotions? No. But she was quick to shake her head. With regards to emotive magic, I'm inferior to you. Ah. Was it just me, or did she look a little annoyed? Her expression hadn't changed the entire time, but her tone seemed to give off that impression. Still. What does that have to do with my question? Nothing. The fuck? She looked back at me without as much of a change in her expression. I didn't know how to feel about this. What kind of weird nonsense was this? Before I could say anything else, she spoke again. Yes, I was watching you. The casualness at which she said those words left me a little stumped. She spoke in a manner that made it seem obvious. Well, it was. And you did well. That. What was I even expecting? Still, it did answer one of my questions. I had never been in danger and would have probably interfered if the situation called for it. A test maybe. A little part of me felt annoyed by the thought, but another felt grateful. If it weren't for the situation that placed me in a point of despair, I would have never been able to progress my magic. Ah, yes. My magic. Suddenly recalling the fact that I had managed to progress my other magic, a sense of relief and joy washed over me. Finally. My turn. Ah, right. She also had a question. I prepared myself to hear what sort of question she had for me. I, too, was curious. Was she just going to ask me about the situation? Or your tattoo? Could you show it to me? I sat stupefied, unable to process the situation. Out of all the things she could have asked, she had asked about the tattoo. Just what exactly? Are you not going to show it to me? Her tone lowered, and my body shuddered. Looking into her eyes, I could only see an icy coldness, and I knew she was being serious. I remained composed and showed her my arm. While I wasn't sure about her goal, I, too, was curious about my tattoo. Perhaps she'd be able to help me figure something out. As she lowered her head to stare at that tattoo, her hair draped to the side, allowing me to get a better look at her face. My gaze didn't linger for long, and I kept my expression firm. But wow! She was really something. I had a hard time thinking if she could even be measured by Earth's standards. She was simply something else. Get a grip. I was quick to shake such thoughts from my mind. It was merely a fleeting admiration on my part. Inverted sky. All of a sudden, her crisp voice reached my ears and our eyes met. Her hand grasped my forearm. Does that ring a bell? Her grip tightened, almost to the point where it hurt. But I remained steady. Inverted sky. I pondered over her words and eventually shook my head. No. I had no clue. Was this the name of an organization? Someone's title? Or the name of an object? I really had no idea. Delilah raised her head, and once again, our eyes met. My body froze. The deeper I stared into her eyes, the deeper I felt myself sink. An endless abyss seemed contained within those eyes, rendering me stuck on the spot. Her voice layered as she spoke. I'll ask again. Have you heard of it before? No. My answer remained the same. I really hadn't heard of it before. It was when I felt my breath leave my body that she finally released her grip on my forearm, and everything returned to normal. Only then did I feel like I could finally breathe again. You don't seem to be lying. She cocked her head lightly, pinching her chin, as she leaned back on the wooden table. Strange, so strange. What's going on with her? Her behavior was really strange. While she certifiably carried herself as someone of importance, she also gave off a rather odd feeling. Like scary. I couldn't quite put it into words. But she seemed to have two sides of her. A normal one, and one that felt extremely scary. Just recalling her eyes made me shudder. I wonder which side of her is the real one. Are you thinking something weird? I almost flinched but barely held myself back before shaking my head. No. How did she know? Her sharp gaze fell on me, and I felt my back shudder. Thankfully, it was only for a brief moment before she said, Your extracurricular activity. The comedy club. Yes? Why was she suddenly bringing it up? I've put your application on hold. Hold. Why? She didn't answer immediately and stared at me. Her gaze didn't feel as pressuring this time. Then. You're weak. She said something I was all too aware of. The weakest black star. That's what some people call you. I pursed my lips. I was the one that nominated you as the black star. And my decision was the correct one. Surprised, I felt my eyes widen. Instead of joining the comedy club, become my assistant. I won't be able to teach you much and I won't protect you, but whenever I'm free, you can ask me for advice. You're talented in the emotive field but untalented in the other. For the first time, her face showed signs of cracking. That fifth state I told you about. Her lips gently pulled up. I wonder if you can achieve it. Her figure gradually blurred, disappearing from my sight like a gust of wind. But not before leaving a few words behind. Think about it. Like that, she was gone. I stood blankly on the spot for a couple of seconds before finally snapping out of it. Did the one closest to the zenith just ask me to become their assistant? This is ridiculous. The entire situation was. Her motive was rather obvious. For whatever reason, she wanted to observe me. It perhaps had something to do with the tattoo on my hand, but I wasn't sure. For now, it seemed to be the most plausible reason. Should I refuse the offer? It was certainly a good offer. However, I also understood that it wasn't one without its motives. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how beneficial it was to me. To have someone as strong as her occasionally give me tips on an area I lacked. How many people would be jealous of that? She also wasn't forcing me to become her assistant. It was an offer. Whether I took it or not was up to me. Kree-hack. The door of the room opened all of a sudden, and a familiar figure entered. With a cast over his arm, he didn't look to be in the greatest of conditions. Right, he also must have. I was the first one to speak. I take it you didn't have a great time. I did not. He looked at me up and down. You seem to have had a better time. Ha, yes. My entire body felt like it was breaking. Every single movement hurt, and my mind was not in the best of shape. Leon casually looked around and tilted his head. Was someone here? I raised my brow. How could he tell? The smell. Ah. That made sense. I proceeded to recount my events with the Chancellor. I didn't tell him everything and left a few things out. I still couldn't trust him. But I told him about the general situation and her offer. His response after hearing all of it was, "You should take the offer. You think it's a great opportunity for you. I wouldn't reject it if I were you. It's much better than." He stopped his sentence there as I noticed his left brow twitch. I cocked my head. Better than what? Ahem. His eyes darted away from me, and he rigidly turned to face the door. I have to go. Why can't a nose be 12 inches long? He visibly flinched, and his expression changed. At that moment, I recalled Delilah's words. It is said that when an emotive mage reaches the last stage in their path, the fifth stage of completion and the perfect path, they become capable of seeing emotions. Staring at Leon, I could certainly see it. The emotion he was feeling. Fear. Had I already reached that stage? Obviously not. But. Staring at Leon, I nodded my head. Poor soul. Because then it'd be afoot. It was after 2 days that I was finally allowed out of the infirmary. Though I was released, my body was still in pain. I hurt all over and every single movement made me flinch. Whom. I was also rather sleepy. The pain made it hard for me to sleep. I was the type of person that moved a lot during their sleep, so. What a pain. The current time was 5:30 p.m. It was currently Monday, and the week had already started. Because it was already so late, I had pretty much skipped all the lessons that I was set to attend. It was a bit of a pity considering that I was already lagging behind compared to the others, but what could I do? At least, I can use magic now. This wasn't exactly the most ideal situation for me. Thankfully, all hope wasn't lost. The extracurricular activities were set to start today. My choice was already set. I was going to accept Delilah's offer to be her assistant. Whether her goal was to keep a close watch on me or something else, I didn't care. If it was going to benefit me, then so be it. I will do anything to get stronger. I'm glad you decided to take my offer. Delilah stood waiting for me at the entrance of the Rottingham Hall. I thought her appearance would attract the attention of all those around us, but how weird. Nobody was glancing our way. It was almost as if we didn't exist. Why? That was when Delilah's voice reached my ears. I've cast a spell that makes it hard for others to notice our presence. Ah! To think that there was such a spell. Impressive. Come, follow me. Tack. Her heels gently clicked against the marble floor as she walked into the hall. I followed her from behind. Wow! As we walked, I couldn't help but admire the interior structure. The building had a square shape, featuring a large opening at the top for sunlight. In the middle of the hall, there was a spacious garden with neatly arranged flowers, trees, and benches. Adjacent to the garden, small pillars separated it from the corridor where we were walking. It was a breathtaking sight. One that I didn't want to take my eyes away from. It's nice, isn't it? Delilah continued to lead me forward, her eyes never once looking at the garden to our left. You might as well get used to it since you'll be working with me from now on. Right. We continued to walk for a bit before going up a flight of stairs leading up to the second floor, where we finally stopped in front of a large wooden door. Delilah stood in front of the door for a couple of seconds without saying a word. Just when I thought something was wrong, she twisted the door and opened it, revealing her office space. I stopped dead in my tracks and looked up. We both stood at the entrance without saying a word. That was until I felt compelled to speak. Quit. I'm allowed to quit, right? No. A flat-out refusal. Expressionless, Delilah surveyed her surroundings before making her way to her desk positioned at the room's far end. The desk was situated right behind a large window that flooded the entire space with natural light. As she headed for her desk, Delilah carefully walked around the stacks of papers and wrappers that littered the ground. How would I even begin to describe this place? A dump? A mess? It was. I'm a very busy person. Delilah went on to say. I don't have time to clean up. She sat down on her desk and reached out for her drawer where even more wrappers spilled. As her hand dug into the drawer, her brows knit together before finally relaxing as she took out a chocolate bar. Unwrapping it, she tossed the wrapper to the side before placing the bar in her mouth. Her eyes squinted the moment the bar entered her mouth. But all I could do was stare at the wrapper that fell to the ground. Don't have time to clean up. What sort of nonsense? What? As if noticing my expression, Delilah turned to look at me. I didn't say anything and just stared at the wrapper on the ground. Ah. And then, as if realizing, her head turned. Force of habit. At least she was honest. I honestly didn't know how to feel about the situation. On one hand, I started to think that maybe I had fallen for a trap. That her goal in having me become her assistant was so that I could help her clean up. But I knew this was ridiculous. Someone of her stature could surely hire someone to clean up her mess. On the other hand, I was stumped. One of the 7 monarchs. The one closest to the zenith. Was this her real personality? This? I wasn't sure how to feel. So. Delilah's voice reached my ears. I turned to look at her. Staring at me with an expression of utmost seriousness, she glanced around. She didn't say a word, but her meaning was clear. Only that. I pointed toward my mouth. You've got. There were over 100 different extracurricular activities that were offered to the first-year cadets. Amongst them, the most popular were magic theory and expertise, and sword unification and mana composition. Because the two clubs shared similar elements, today the classes were unified. A group of 4 stood at the end of the training room. What happened to you? Why did you skip today's lessons? Each of them was dressed in robes, and their appearances and demeanor attracted the attention of all those present. It couldn't be helped. They were the top 4 rankers of the first year. Leon, Aoife, Evelyn, and Luxon. Can't you see from his hand that he got injured? These were the words of Luxon, a young man with brown hair and deep blue eyes. He was ranked 5th amongst the first years, and just like Leon, he was a knight. Yeah. I noticed. Evelyn, who was staring at Leon's hand, tilted her head. How did you? She stopped herself mid-sentence, and her eyes opened. There was someone else that had been missing today. Could it be? She looked at Leon, who was blankly staring into the distance, his thoughts unknown. It's probably not what you're thinking. Aoife, who had been quiet the entire time, finally spoke. No. If the two of them really fought, I don't think the situation would be as quiet as this. The two of them would be in the disciplinary hall. Right. Fighting among cadets was prohibited. If cadets were caught fighting against each other, they'd be severely punished by the school board. Still, such rules couldn't stop Evelyn from overthinking. But what if they fought without the institute knowing? Would the institute interfere then? And if they really had fought, who won between the two of them? Never mind that. Luxon switched up the conversation. The situation is getting rather troublesome, right? I thought things would calm down after a while, but it seems like they're hell-bent on pushing us down. Right. It's getting quite annoying. Factions were already starting to form between the first years. Primarily, it was the commoners banding up together against the nobles. The situation wasn't hard to handle, however. There were already a few conflicts between the lower-end nobles and commoners. The worst part of it all was that Aoife had indirectly become the face of the situation when she interfered with an emerging conflict where she ended up defending the lower-end nobles. Coolly looking into the distance, she said. Two sides were fighting, so I just stopped the fight. I interfered without knowing the situation. Because of it, I'm now dragged into this situation. I already warned them that I want no part in this, but they refused to listen. While the Migrail name held a lot of weight, within the institute, it was a meaningless title. The only title that actually mattered was that of the Black Star. Such situations were not common, as the cadets usually banded with the Black Star. It was the Black Star's role to stop such meaningless conflict. But things were different this year, with the Black Star not caring at all about creating factions and banding the first years together. He was the primary reason why a situation like this had happened. Had she been the Black Star, then? Aoife quietly bit her lips and looked at Leon. Do you think you can get him to do something? Leon looked down and met Aoife's eyes. He stared at her for a while before shaking his head. No. A flat-out refusal. Even if you force him, he won't do it. He hates these kinds of things. Are you sure? When Luxon asked, Leon nodded. Very sure. Shit. With a curse, Luxon ruffled his hair. Why did the Institute choose someone like him to be the Black Star? If he can't even fulfill his own role, then what's the point in keeping him there? At the rate the situation is going, the first years will be split into different factions. That has never happened before. We'll become the laughingstock of the second and third years. At that, nobody answered. His words held some truth. With Julian not fulfilling his role as the Black Star, the first years were in a mess. At the rate they were going, the conflicts would get to the point where they would start interfering with everyone's studies. The grim reality made Evelyn frown as she asked. What do we do? Aoife, who had been frowning the entire time, suddenly relaxed her brows. There's one thing we can do. Everyone looked at her. But just as she spoke, Evelyn's eyes widened. So did Luxon's. A figure appeared in their sight. Gulp. Evelyn felt a lump in her throat. With calm and even steps, he neared them. A perfect face. With an aura distinct from the others, and cold eyes befitting his visage, he seemed to be the center of attention wherever he went. And, finally, his expression. It was extremely cold. Especially his eyes, which shone like well-polished jewels. During the midterms, he stopped right behind Aoife, who finished her sentence. I'll take the title away from him. Her face remained blank as she felt a presence behind her. Taking note of the change in expressions of Evelyn and Luxon, Aoife had an idea of what was going on. She coolly turned her head. You're here. He stood taller than her height just barely reaching his chin. He heard, didn't he? There was no way he hadn't. I am. Indeed, hearing his confirmation, Aoife closed her eyes briefly. Then, collecting her thoughts, she spoke. Did you hear what I said? I have. Julian continued to stare at her with his usual detached eyes. Aoife calmly stared into those eyes. Those arrogant eyes. I wonder how long you'll be able to keep them like that. Regardless of whether he had heard her or not, she didn't care. Her goal had always been to reach the top. Become the zenith. The fact that she wasn't ranked first in her year was already a huge blow to her ambition. It wasn't something she had expected. And for there to be two people who stood above her. How could she accept something like this? Therefore, the Black Star is not just a title. It is something that comes with responsibility. The situation is as is because you aren't doing your job. Aoife didn't care if she came off as uptight or annoying. There was a little truth in that. She was self-aware of that much. However, her words were the truth and the truth only. It is your duty to make sure that all sides get along. Not me but yours. Aoife expected Julian to say something back, refute her words, and dismiss her in some way. Give her an excuse to openly challenge him. However, that never came. Julian's expression eased and he took a step back. Without saying a single word, he turned around to glance into the distance. Where the other students were. What am I supposed to do? Aoife's brows raised in surprise. Her reaction was the mildest one. The one who had the greatest reaction was Evelyn, who opened her eyes and looked at Julian with an expression that seemed as though she couldn't believe what she was seeing. No, she really couldn't believe what she was seeing. I never asked to be the Black Star. He started to speak while glancing into the distance. His hazel eyes shone under the light of the sun, while his well-kept hair swayed lightly under the breeze. Aoife quietly listened to his words, her hands silently tensing. She was expecting him to look at her in disdain, while saying something along the lines of, "Do it yourself. Don't bother me with these meaningless tasks." She could already envision the scene in her mind. But just because I didn't ask to become the Black Star doesn't mean that I don't care for it. I have it, so I'd like to keep it. However, to her surprise, he did none of that. Rather, he did something completely out of her expectations. So, lowering his head slightly, he deeply looked at everyone present. Tell me what I'm supposed to do when the time comes. Following his words, he walked past them. Aoife stood dazed even as his scent faded away. She just stood blankly on the spot. The same was true for the others. Did he just? Luxon was the first one to break the silence as his head turned to stare at the departing Julian. He turned to look at Leon. Didn't you say he wasn't going to do it? Was that just a lie? No. Similarly confused, Leon's head turned to stare at Julian's back. Judging from his expression, he too seemed shocked by the situation. Even though the situation turned out for the better. I don't like this. Without meaning to, I got swept in his rhythm. Aoife was annoyed. Her neck heated and her hands tingled. His mannerisms and the matter-of-fact tone he spoke with. It made it seem as though he was treating her as his servant. Why am I the one that is supposed to tell you? You said you wanted to keep your role but demand others to tell you how to do that role. No, if you really wanted to do something, you'd already have done it by now. Just say a word or two. Show them your presence. Interfere personally. We shouldn't be the ones to tell you what you're supposed to do. I'm not your secretary. What should we do? Should we gather the leaders of the factions to talk to him? Luxon asked tactlessly. Aoife secretly clenched her teeth, and kept her expression firm. You figure that out amongst yourselves. She then went on to leave on her own. Aoife. Where are you going? Tack. Aoife kept walking despite hearing her name getting called out repeatedly by Luxon. How laughable. The entire situation was. She wanted his help. And yet, when he offered his help, she found herself growing mad. Hypocrisy. Maybe. But it also became clear to Aoife. The entire reason she was acting this way. She had thought she had managed to bury such emotions, weaknesses, deep within her mind, but she silently stared at her hand. It was trembling slightly. The reality of the situation hit her, and her face cracked. Heh. A laugh escaped. How ridiculous. Me of all people. Indeed. She was jealous. It was late into the night, and I was back in my room. In this familiar environment, I sat down on the ground and stared at my hand. A beautiful purple magic circle hovered above the tips of my fingers. Drip. Drip. Even as sweat dripped from my head, I kept my gaze fixed on the circle in front of me. I really did it. I still couldn't believe it. The reality that was displayed in front of me. I could finally use my first true spell. Outside of emotive magic, this was my very first spell. Zing. I gently lifted my hand up, inserting it into the magic circle which slowly moved down. Gradually, my hand started to change, turning completely purple. Just like last time, purple spots started to appear in my vision. The furthest one was all the way toward the end of the living room. About 15 meters away. Is that the limit of my range? I moved back and the purple spot followed after. Seems to be the case. I pushed my hand forward and lightly tapped on the spot. Swoosh. Tangible purple hands began to sprout from the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were a total of 4. They rose from the ground and tried to latch onto whatever was on top of them. This persisted for several seconds before the hands shattered. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. By the time the spell was done, I was on my last breath. My mana reserves were almost depleted. I had been at it for quite a while, so it was only natural that I was tired. 5. That was the amount of times I could use the spell before running out of mana. My current limit. Huh. I lay on the floor with my arms wide. I was tired. I was exhausted. I was on my last breath. But. Ha. I think. I was addicted. 10 a.m. Carlson Hall. The Carlson Hall was where the training grounds were located. The facility was extremely large, with over 1,000 square meters of space. It was massive. Today was an unusual class. Progression analysis. Every quarter we will examine the cadets' progression throughout the year. There will be 3 things measured in the test. First, mana quantity and quality. Second, physical fitness, and lastly, mind endurance. The professor in charge, a tall woman with long blonde hair and green eyes, Olivia J. Kelson, started to explain. With the Institute trying to ready you to enter the mirror dimension, it is important that we focus on all three aspects. Even if you are a mage, maintaining your body to a certain standard is necessary. In the chance that you find yourself in a situation where you can't defeat your opponent and are forced to run, your physical stamina will be an important factor. She went on to talk about the importance of each testing point and how it would benefit us in the long term. I carefully listened to each one of her words and made sure to take notes in my mind. I was still a stranger to this world, and although what she was saying could be perceived as common sense, not all common sense applied to me. There were certain things that I was unaware of. I will now divide you into 3 groups. There you will follow your assigned assistant to take on the testing. Names started to get called out one by one. Alongside the names, she'd point toward a certain assistant. Ravenscroft Luxon. Dangrove Rose. Ellert Leon. Typeral Josephine. Migrael Aoife. Milne Kiera. Verlick Evelyn. Ivinus Julian. When my name was called out, there was a certain pause before the professor frowned and pointed toward a large bald man. He stood tall, towering over my figure, and his thick eyebrows were knit into a frown as he stared at me. For some reason, I felt the impression that he didn't quite like me. Was it just me? Maybe. It could just be that he just looked intimidating. For now, under the watchful eyes of all the students and staff, I made my way toward my group. A couple of familiar faces entered my vision when I walked forward. More specifically, a girl with long white hair and red eyes. I stared at her for a brief moment, and as if she could sense my gaze, her head turned and our eyes met. Immediately, her face turned to one of displeasure. Loathing almost. I guess she still remembers the incident from before. The one regarding the cigarette. Indeed, that was my fault. I shouldn't have acted like that. Hurry along, we don't have all day to wait for you. A rough voice directed itself toward me. When I looked up, I saw the assistant professor glaring at me from the distance. Ah. This guy. He really did hate me after all. But why? Knowing about the possible agenda against me, I kept my mouth shut and joined the group. And as if I had some godly timing, the moment I joined the ground, the professor was done recounting all the names. I'm done over here. She looked toward the assistant professors and announced. You may begin with the tests. Group 1, please head toward the physical test. Group 2, head for the mana test, and Group 3. Please proceed to the mental test. We were Group 2, which meant that our test was the mana test. A part of me already dreaded the test, knowing that my performance was going to be awful, but at the same time, I couldn't wait for the test. What other people cared about me or whatnot, that was meaningless to me. What I cared about the most was seeing my current level. Get a general idea of my overall level so that I could gauge the areas I needed to improve on. Once everyone is done with the test, we'll alternate sections. Off you go. These were the last words of the professor before we were led by our respective assistant professors toward our designated section. The space was large. About the size of a classroom. In the space, a large magic circle was drawn on the ground where a large table sat, and 3 orbs appeared. This is the mana resonance assessment. The rough voice of the assistant professor began to spread. The test is simple. There are 3 orbs on the table. Each orb has its own distinctive function. He pointed toward the orbs. The one on the left measures your mana quantity. The one in the middle measures your mana purity, and the one on the right measures your mana control. All you have to do is place your hand over the orb and channel your mana. A grade will be given to you after the test has ended. Just as he said those words, his gaze fell on me. I knew at that moment exactly what was about to happen. And he proved me right as he pointed toward the orbs. Julian. He called out my name, almost chewing on it. You're first. I didn't say anything and followed along with his words. I couldn't care less about whether he was targeting me or not. All I cared about at the moment was my current progress and strength. Where did I currently stand? We will gauge your score from a scale of 0 to 10. The number will represent your approximate range within the tiers. I didn't quite understand, but I maintained my composure and walked forward, stopping right in front of the orb. Hundreds of students stood behind me. Their gazes pierced my back. They felt pressuring. But I couldn't care less. I wasn't going to do well. I knew that much. Even so, I still was planning on doing my best. The stares meant nothing to me. What I cared about was myself and myself only. You may start. Start with the first orb, the mana quantity measuring orb. I nodded and placed my hand on the orb. The moment I did, the assistant professor's rough voice echoed from behind. Channel your mana into the orb. I did as I was told. Focusing my attention on my abdominal area, a familiar sensation coursed through my body, gathering toward my hand where it released and entered the orb. A white light unfolded before my very eyes as my mana started to drain from my body. I didn't resist it and let it flow out of my body. It's quite simple. All I did was channel my mana and direct it toward the orb. The rest was straightforward. This persisted for a few seconds before the light finally died down, and the assistant professor's voice echoed from behind. Score value, 1.716. Average. Score value 1.716. For some reason, the values felt familiar. Recovering my breath, I thought closely to where I had seen those numbers before, when something struck me. Status. A screen floated in front of me. My eyes immediately darted toward the top spot where I finally saw it. Level 17, Tier 1 Magician. EXP 0%, 16%, 100%. Level 17 and 16%. Is that what it means by 1.716? My thoughts were interrupted by the rough voice of the assistant professor. You're only 0.284 from reaching Tier 2. He then went on to point toward the other orb. You can start the mana purity test. But I didn't move immediately. I was busy musing over his words. Only 0.284 from reaching Tier 2. Does that mean that I'll reach Tier 2 at level 20? If that were the case, would Tier 3 be level 30? Every 10 levels a tier. Although I already had an idea about this, it was becoming clearer to me that it was probably true. That said, I was still not 100% sure. I needed more time to observe the situation. Cadet? Hearing the assistant professor's not-so-pleased voice, I quietly nodded and moved toward the second orb. It looked the same as the first one, and without needing anyone to tell me what to do, I placed my hand over the orb. Yet again, the orb shone and mana drained from my body. This lasted for several seconds before stopping. A silence enveloped my surroundings before I finally turned my head to see the assistant professor staring at me with a frown. I raised my brow. Something wrong? Mana purity, tainted. Tainted. What sort of score was this? I took a look around me and saw the expressions of the cadets around me. Some were whispering amongst each other while looking at me. I couldn't tell if they were making fun of me or not. It very well could be given my position and score. I accepted such criticism without flinching. The professor went on to explain. Pristine, pure, refined, standard, tainted, corrupted, and void-touched. He looked at the other cadets while he explained this. Mana purity is judged based on one's ability to use mana. From speed, density, and elemental affinity. What we expect from you at the bare minimum is the standard assessment. As his voice grew deep, the assistant professor finally turned to look at me. While not rare, tainted do occasionally show up. Our institute does our best to help such cadets out, but... Finally, he displayed his disdain toward me for the first time. I'm disappointed by the fact that our top cadet is one such cadet. Proceed toward the next orb. The disdain was evident from his tone. What's this guy's problem? But even though he seemed to dislike me, he remained professional. Which was why I also remained quiet. That and because fighting him wouldn't wield any positives for me. Was that really his score? You heard it, right? The whispers of the other cadets became even more prevalent, but I ignored them and focused my attention on his words. So my mana is tainted. That makes sense. I had only been introduced to the concept of mana about 2 weeks ago. Such a score made sense. I am no genius. My talent was average. That much became clear to me after learning the first spell. I wouldn't have struggled so much had I been talented. But that didn't deter me from continuing my path. I already knew it was a hard path. One that might not yield any result. But I needed to cling to something. Regardless of how improbable it was, to retain my sanity, I needed to cling to my goal. Otherwise, I'll lose sight of myself. I went on to move toward the next orb. This test will be a little different. Once you channel your mana inside of the orb, your goal is to control the mana threads and disperse them. The speed at which you're capable of doing this will determine your score. Without looking back, I placed my hand on the orb. Unlike the previous times, the world around me turned dark. What's this? I was confused at first, but soon enough thousands of white threads appeared in the space in front of me. I reached forward with my hand and grasped one of the threads, gently moving it to the side. Ah! That was when I recalled the assistant professor's words and understood. I'm supposed to untangle this. I stared at the jungled-up mess in front of me. Well, shit. How long has it been? Why is he still there? Did something go wrong? Murmurs and whispers spread as all attention was focused on Julian, who held his hand over the orb with his eyes closed. His back was straight, and his expression was calm. His poise retained its usual dignity even under the intense scrutiny of those around him. Eventually, his eyes came open to reveal his hazel pupils, and he removed his hand from the orb. The overall score is 0.4. You fail. The assistant professor's voice ruthlessly came down as he announced the score. Almost instantly, the voices of the cadets became louder. Failed. 0.4. Isn't that really low? Is he doing this on purpose, or is he actually so weak? Do you think I can beat him if I challenge him now? Overhearing the discussion amongst the cadets, Kira shook her head and muttered. Idiots. There weren't actually that many that were surprised by Julian's evaluation. It had been pretty obvious from the start that he wasn't very adept at using mana given his weak mana trace. That said, those who knew didn't fault him for it. He's an emotive mage. One who wielded emotions. His proficiency over it was to a scary degree. Even now, Kira could recall Julian's expression during the first lesson, when he was called out by one of the cadets. Who it was she didn't know. Nor did she care. But it didn't matter. She could still vividly recall what had happened afterward. The way he approached him, and how a single word from him made her skin crawl. In her mind, he was no human. A crazy bastard. To study emotions to such an extent at such an age. He could only be a crazy bastard. She was therefore aware that whatever result he received today wouldn't reflect his true strength. Many of those present were also aware of this, with only a few thinking otherwise. Arrogance or stupidity? Maybe both. Either way, Kira wasn't planning on defending him. Fucking asshole. Her impression of him was of the lowest. The scene at the library kept replaying in her mind as her expression crumbled. Just like that bitch. They're all the fucking same. Aoife K. Migrail. Just the mention of her name made her face heat up as her teeth silently clenched together. One day, she repeated to herself while staring ahead. And then, Kira Milne. Her name was called up. She didn't hesitate to move forward. In her view, a certain person appeared. He was just coming back from his examination. Under the whispers and murmurs of the cadets around, he seemed unfazed. Even though I know this isn't your strength. Kira kept walking, her gaze never leaving Julian's. Even though I know this isn't your focus. The distance between the two of them shrank. Even though I know this probably won't faze you. Until she eventually passed him, catching a whiff of his scent in the process. I want you to know. Her hand came pressing against the orb where a familiar scene started to replay, and a rough voice announced. Score value, 2.504. Top rank. I really do hold my grudges well. Asterisk. The physical exam was next. This test will be used to measure your general physical fitness. I don't expect mages to perform outstandingly, but I do expect a certain standard from you all. Training your physical body is just as important as training your mana. Just like the professor said, your stamina is important for when you enter the mirror dimension. We were in a large field, a complete difference compared to the other examination. Our outfits were also different, shirts and shorts. Our test was to run. The assistant professor began to jog. Don't fall behind. His actions were so abrupt that everyone stared at his back with dumbfounded looks. Then, as if realizing what was going on, everyone started to follow along behind him. Fuck, he should have warned us beforehand. I'm still not warmed up yet. Even though the cadets complained, none of them showed any signs of exhaustion as we ran for 5 consecutive laps. Immediately, the top cadets began to distinguish themselves with a girl with platinum long hair and red eyes taking the lead. Even in the mana test, she was first. What monster! I too was running with them. But fuck, I'm going to die. I was secretly dying on the inside. This body. Although fit, it had some serious stamina problems. My lungs were on fire, my legs were twitching, and my breathing was starting to become rough. It felt as though I was being sucked out of all my energy, and by the time it was the 7th lap, I had no choice but to stop. Phew. I forced myself to take slow breaths. Though tired, I still remained standing and kept my expression firm. I had a certain image that I had to maintain. It wasn't something I could give up on. At least, according to Leon. Therefore, even as my lungs burned and I was desperate for air. Phew. I took small and shallow breaths. My head felt light because of it, but I threw away all such feelings and focused on my recovery. Phew. Once I felt my breath return, I once again started running. The distance between me and the other cadets had become quite large. There were a few that were close to me, but the vast majority were far ahead. I paid them no mind and focused on myself. My pace. My pace. I wasn't like them, I knew that. My starting point was the lowest, and it would probably take a long time to catch up to the top cadets. But even so, I'll do it. I knew I would. Which was why I continued to go at my pace. Because this was my limit. And the slowest I'll ever be. Hoo. There were no clouds in the sky. It was blue, and the sun basked me in a pleasant warmth. And in such an environment, I ran at my pace. What do you think? How are the results for this year? Professor Kelson's voice echoed as she stood by the end of the training ground with her 3 other assistant professors. The day was almost over, and so far each group had taken 2 of the 3 assessments they were supposed to take. They were at the moment all taking a break. Be it professors or students. From my group, several students stand out. One of the assistant professors, a young woman with short black hair, commented. She went on to say, Evelyn from the Verlis family, and Luxon from the Ravenscroft family. They scored quite high on the mana examination test, with 2.58 and 2.31 respectively. They've also scored quite highly on the mental examination test, with a score of 2.01 and 2.11 respectively. Their results already surpass that of the top cadets of last year's batch. Professor Kelson quietly nodded while listening to the report. Indeed, the results were quite frightening. For first-year cadets to reach a score above 2 was quite rare. That signified that the cadet was already in the Tier 2 range. Such feat was extremely rare, and only occasionally would the Academy be blessed with such individuals. For 2 to appear. I'd like to add to that. A tall man with long black hair and a skinny frame displayed his clipboard. Actually, it's about my group. His expression was quite serious. My group took part in the physical and mental examination. 2 students stood out in my group as well. It's just that. He took a short pause while looking at the clipboard in his hand. Scratching the back of his head, his face scrunched up in what appeared to be disbelief. I really can't believe we had such monsters in our year. Leon Ellert. Physical examination score, 2.91. Mental examination score, 2.98. Aoife Migrail. Physical examination score, 2.87. Mental examination score, 3.01. This. A still silence shrouded the space as Professor Kelson and the other assistants gaped at the results. It took a while before they could recollect themselves, and when they did, one of them asked again to make sure they hadn't heard wrong. I didn't hear wrongly, right? Did you just? Leon Ellert. Physical examination score, 2.91. Mental examination score, 2.98. Aoife Migrail. Physical examination score, 2.87. Mental examination score, 3.01. The assistant professor repeated. Only when he repeated did it finally sink into the mind of those present as they looked at each other at a complete loss for words. Monsters. Breaking the silence was Professor Kelson, who looked at the clipboard incredulously while repeating. We've got monsters this year. And then, her gaze finally fell on the last assistant professor. What about you, Gilbert? Any notable figures from your group? Yes. His deep voice quietly echoed out in the group. Taking out his clipboard, he frowned. Only one though. Whether he spoke out of disappointment or not, nobody could be sure. His expression was hard to read. He began to announce. Kiera Milne. Mana examination test, 2.504. Physical examination test, 2.281. Another monster. Wow. The other assistant professors seemed impressed by her performance. All but Professor Kelson, who saw the crux of the problem. The Black Star. She began to speak. Wasn't he in your group? What was his result? That's what I want to talk about. Finally, a shift occurred in Gilbert's expression as it darkened. Julian Ivinus. Mana examination test, 1.716. Physical examination test, 1.189. Gilbert's grip on the board tightened. He's currently ranked amongst the last in my group in terms of average. An embarrassment. The utter disregard in his tone couldn't be hidden. Although he tried his best to keep himself from displaying such emotion, it was starting to become hard when confronted with such results. He is not fit to be the Black Star. That was the only thought that ran through his mind. Those are indeed quite low scores. The professor couldn't deny it. Her gaze turned toward the distance where a particular figure appeared. He easily stood out from the rest of the students. Just his appearance was enough to warrant that. But there was also the fact that he stood alone, with the cadets actively avoiding him. It was hard for her to not spot him under such circumstances. She rubbed her forehead. For now, we can do nothing about this. Let's proceed with the next examination. I'd like to go home early. Who knows, he might do a little better in the next examination. I doubt that. Gilbert went on to put his clipboard under his armpit and headed back for his group. The last examination was the mental test. Of all the other examinations, it was the hardest one to score a high grade on. He doubted Julian could do well in such an examination given how miserably he had performed in the other examinations. As he walked, he shook his head. Pathetic. Word of Julian's score started to spread amongst the first-year cadets. Many showed surprised looks while others didn't seem as surprised. Did you hear about Julian's score? I did. Then. Nothing surprising. Leon stretched his muscles while secretly channeling the mana in his body. His next test was up. The mana examination 1. He planned on doing well in that one too. What's up with your reaction? Why do you seem so unsurprised? Because I'm not. Taking a deep breath, Leon turned his head and looked at Evelyn. She was constantly alternating her head between him and Julian. At this rate, won't he get in trouble? As his knight, won't that affect you? Ah. When she put it like that. I'll be fine. Thinking about it, there was no need for him to worry. He'll also be fine. But I wouldn't be as relaxed as you are. A voice suddenly interrupted. When Leon turned his head, he saw Aoife approaching their direction. Her gaze similarly fell on Julian, who was standing by himself in the distance. He managed to deter people from approaching him during the first lecture thanks to his performance. However, now that the results are out, how long do you think before someone challenges him? I'm not sure. Leon truthfully answered. Aoife blankly stared at Leon for a few seconds and shook her head while silently muttering in a low voice, "Are you really his knight?" before steadying her expression again. You're forgetting that we currently need him. I won't be able to take his title away until the midterms. In that case, he needs to make sure he retains his image. Leon quietly listened to Aoife speak, as he kept his gaze locked on her. She seemed rather adamant about taking his spot when the midterms came. He couldn't exactly put that against her. The title of the Black Star carried a lot of significance, be it within the institute and politically. He's still fine because of what he pulled during the first day, and the fact that the institute wouldn't grant someone the title without merit. However, at this rate, people will start forgetting this. Aoife frowned while gently brushing her red locks behind her ears. There's a high chance he won't be able to perform well in his last test. I suggest you prepare yourself for the after effects. It won't be big, but you'll need to be ready for it. She paused and turned to look at Leon. Because you'll also be at the center of it. As his knight. After a short break, we were led toward a strange device that sat in the middle of the training grounds. From where I was, I could still see the other groups readying themselves for the upcoming examinations. In the end, my results ended up being subpar. The way some of the cadets looked at me changed as my results spread. While none of them still seemed keen on targeting me, I could feel some of the bolder cadets entertaining the idea. How troublesome. It was indeed getting troublesome, but it was still manageable. I wasn't afraid of getting challenged. In fact, I more than entertained the idea. But I wonder if my current self is capable of even putting up a performance. The only thing I had was emotive magic and a single spell that I could hardly use. It was quite obvious to me that I would end up losing pathetically. Even so, a part of me really wanted to fight. Not because I didn't care about losing, but because I knew it was the fastest way to grow. The mental examination can be said to be the hardest test yet. It won't be testing your mana or your physical abilities, but the firmness of your mind. To be able to withstand pain under critical situations, to be able to remain composed under serious situations. The assistant professor began to introduce us to the examination. This is one of the most important assessments you will face, so make sure you try your best. He then proceeded to point at the device that stood behind him. At a glance, it seemed to be a regular chair. No, maybe it was. The test is simple. The assistant professor took out a small metallic black bracelet from his pocket. This is the device that we will use for the examination. It overloads your sensory systems with all sorts of feelings. But primarily, it will give you pain. Your main job is to withstand the pain for as long as you can without screaming or passing out. The more time passes, the greater the pain. Searching around with his eyes, his gaze eventually fell on a particular figure. One with long white hair and red eyes. Kira, you will be the one to try it first. Ha! This. I wanted to laugh at the situation. The order until now had always been the same. Me first, then Kira, and so on. The reason why he hadn't called my name was fairly obvious. I wasn't the only one who noticed. The other cadets noticed too as they threw second glances my way. I kept my expression firm while staring ahead. Understood. Kira walked up to the chair and sat down. Put this on. Taking the bracelet, she put it on her wrist as it latched itself onto it. She didn't seem at all nervous and leaned back on the chair. On the other hand, the assistant professor took out a small device from his pocket. A stopwatch of some sort, and pressed on the top end. Let's begin. Ugh. Her body jolted immediately after the assistant professor's voice fell. Her eyes shot open while the bracelet in her hand trembled. Ugh. Her struggle wasn't as pronounced at first. However, with the passing of the seconds, her body started to tremble with more intensity. Don't scream. If you scream, you fail. The assistant professor's cold voice served to remind her to keep herself composed. 0.1. 0.2. 0.3. As well as recounting her score. 0.8. 0.9. 1.0. The moment the count hit 1.0, the pain seemed to escalate to a different level as Kira's body spasmed with even more force. Even so, she kept herself from screaming. The surroundings were quiet as all eyes were fixed on her. 1.7. 1.8. 1.9. 2.0. Her body jolted and her head smacked back. Her entire body spasmed, and for the briefest moment, she almost screamed. However, with some absurd level of willpower, she was able to keep herself from screaming. Kata. 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 The chair rattled with force and her body continued to trash around. 2.1. 2.2. The count continued. Her legs flayed in random directions. Ugh. Ugh. Saliva spit out from her mouth as she clenched her teeth tightly and glared ahead. Ugh. 2.5. 2.6. 2.7. The count continued. Everyone stood in silence, staring at her with heavy expressions as she continued to trash around. She looked like she had lost her mind by this point, but the fact that she had yet to scream proved she had lost anything but her mind. She was still there. Hanging there. Withholding the pain. It was almost impressive. But that eventually came to an end. Akao. Her scream ended up piercing through her silence as her body started to spasm uncontrollably. Click. A gentle click sounded that moment, and her body finally relaxed. Only when she fully calmed down, and was capable of moving her body again did the assistant professor announce her result. Kira Milne. Mental examination score. 2.93. Swoosh. The expression of many of the students changed after hearing the score, with many looking at her with traces of awe. I too was impressed by her score. Although I wasn't sure how much it hurt, the way she was trashing about and her expression, it must have hurt a lot. Next cadet. But things moved on rather quickly. Another cadet was called. Jalen Roshtilia. Yet again my name wasn't called. A tall man with short black hair moved forward and sat down on the chair. You've seen the steps. Please put it on the device. I'll start you shortly. He went on to score 1.81. Another name was called up next. Yet again it wasn't mine. I stood patiently at the back, waiting for my name to be eventually called up. But that never happened. Not until I was the last cadet standing. Julian Ivinus. Only then was my name called. You're up next. I calmly walked up toward the chair under the eyes of all the cadets. In the end, I ended up being the last. I didn't mind it. Rather, it helped me to more or less understand better how the test worked and understand what things wouldn't work well. One such example would be tongue biting. During the trial, one cadet ended up biting their tongue off while training to keep themselves from screaming. They ended up going to the infirmary. Put on the bracelet. I'll start when you're ready. Click. I felt my body tingle the moment the bracelet closed on my wrist. How weird. It felt rather heavy. Phew. I took a small breath and looked toward the assistant professor. Even now, I still didn't understand the reasoning behind his displeasure. However, such things were trivial to me. My thoughts quickly focused on the examination at hand. I wonder. I once again looked at the assistant professor and turned to look at the bracelet on me. How much pain must I go through in my life before finally becoming immune to it? I felt the corner of my lips pull up at the thought as I mouthed. I'm ready. Was I even close to such a point? I can start. Asterisk. The pain started off as mild at first. It tickled my body. Almost as if a current of low-voltage electricity was coursing through my body. From the bottom of my feet, all the way up toward my head. The sensation coursed through every corner of my body. 0.1. The assistant professor's voice echoed in the background. The pain intensified. But is this it? I looked around. Everyone was staring at me. Closely observing me as I sat down on the chair while the assistant professor announced the score. 0.2. There was still hardly any pain. This wasn't pain. I was familiar with pain. It didn't feel so weak. 0.3. The tingling intensified, but it was still tolerable. Uncomfortable would be the right word to describe the current situation. Yeah. Uncomfortable. 0.4. My chest felt a little tighter, but that was still tolerable. 0.5. 0.6. 0.7. Finally, I felt a familiar sensation. Pain. It was finally starting. It wasn't intense just yet, but it was there. Lingering toward the deepest part of my mind, it was starting to claw its way up into my mind. The entire time my eyes had been open, taking in my surroundings without once closing them. I wanted to make sure I was conscious. At some point, I realized. Breathing was becoming more and more difficult. 0.8. 0.9. The higher the numbers, the harder it became for me to breathe. I still persisted. This much was 1.0. Ugh. A groan escaped my lips. The pain was sharp and different. Unlike before, when it felt like electricity was running through my body, the sensation changed. It was now more akin to me getting stabbed from all sorts of spots. 1.1. A stab in the chest. Ugh. 1.2. A stab in the arm. KHHH. 1.3. A stab in the leg. Cock. 1.4. The pain focused on a singular point and was less spread apart. Such pain was a lot harder on the mind than the previous one. Especially since it became sharper and stronger with each call. 1.5. 1.6. Cock. The count continued, and with each count the pain intensified. I thought I'd be able to tolerate it given how much pain I had been able to sustain throughout my entire life, but that had been a naive thought of mine. Pain. I was still not used to it. My lips trembled at the thought as I managed a mumble. KH. B bullshit. So you're telling me that after all this time, I'm still a slave to pain? Ha. 1.8. How could that be? 1.9. KH. How could that be? 2.0. I almost faltered as I felt my body tremble and my arms shake unsteadily. The pain had changed yet again. It was no longer stabbing at me from every corner. It now felt as though I was being literally squeezed alive. As if a massive boulder was resting on my shoulders, gradually growing heavier with each passing second. But even in such a situation, I persisted. 2.1. Ah! I almost screamed then. I was close. Southwest, very close. But I held myself back. No, not yet. 2.1 was high. It sure was, but I expected more of myself. How could I be satisfied with such a score? Me, who bragged about knowing pain. 2.2. How comparable was this to the pain I felt when my parents died? It was incomparable. It was a different pain, but it was a pain that took the breath out of me and kept it that way for months. Each day, knowing that they were gone, never to be seen again. The hollowness that it brought. Ha! It stung my heart. It's milder than that pain. So, what reason was there for me to not be able to withstand such pain? What reason? 2.3. KH. What about when compared to the pain I felt when I was told I was going to die early? That I had no future to look forward to. That I was supposed to just give up and live the rest of what remained of my life. Bullshit. 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 How was this comparable to that? Who the hell are you making fun of? 2.4. And what about the pain I felt when I watched my little brother almost kill himself in the vision? KH. And the pain from my repetitive failure in trying to understand a single spell. How about that? Fucking bullshit. 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 Ah. Unknowingly, the world around me had long turned black, and the noise outside disappeared. It took me a while to realize, and when I did, I no longer screamed. There was no longer a need to. I wasn't alone anymore. It was just me and the pain now. Right. Once more, it was just the two of us. Even in this life, it still haunts me. Yet, simultaneously, walks beside me. I yearn to rid myself of it, yet I can't summon the strength to cast it aside. Why is that? It was a silly question when I thought about it. In the end, pain is the one that remains by my side, never truly leaving me. My one and only companion. Which is why I know I can't get rid of it. Ha ha. Such is my life. Hua. Light returned to my eyes as I felt my head roll back. KHH. KH. Caught. My body started moving on its own, and my arms flayed around. Kata. 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 Unknowingly, I had lost control of my body as it started to trash around on its own, the chair rattling widely at my movements. Amidst the chaos, I felt something trickle down my eyes as I locked gazes with the assistant professor, who was staring at me with wide-open eyes. While I lost control of my body, I hadn't lost control of my mind. Even as it flayed and spasmed, not once did I take my eyes away from the assistant professor. Not once. KK. Why? This persisted for several more seconds until my body eventually started to calm down. Kata. Kata. Silence persisted over the surroundings as I continued to stare at the assistant professor. Something boiled in my chest as I stared at him. It threatened to spill at any second as my jaw clenched tightly, and I tightly gripped the arms of the chair I was on. Why did you stop it? To the point where I found myself gnawing at him. The test. I spat each word through my clenched teeth. Why did you stop it? It was hard to describe the type of rage that I was currently feeling right now. It wasn't one that was born out of frustration. It was different. A lot more vicious than that. Hatred. Yes, that was the right word. Why? Yet again. This man. My chest heaved. You. Stop it right there, cadet. A voice descended down on me, stopping me mid-sentence. A familiar figure walked in, her heels clicking against the ground as she walked to stand in front of me. Professor Kelson. He stopped me. I stopped you. The professor cut in all of a sudden, shocking me as my mouth shut. She stopped me. Bringing her hand forward, she touched my cheeks and pulled her hand back, showing me her finger. This is why I stopped you. Only then did I realize the severity of the situation. Blood. Your blood. Ah. What was bleeding? Your eyes are bleeding. I had no choice but to stop the test. If I had kept it going on for longer, you might have gone permanently blind. I see. So in the end, my body had failed me. If only. You still don't get the reality of the situation, do you? When I heard the professor's voice again, I looked up and tilted my head. Only for me to hold my breath upon realizing something. Everyone. Be it those from my group and those in the other groups. They were all staring at me. Unlike before, they all wore similar expressions to one another. The reason why became clear to me shortly after. 5.04. The professor said in a low tone while staring deeply into my eyes. That's your final score. 5.04. 5.04. That's impossible. Evelyn stood with a blank face, gazing into the distance, uncertain of how to interpret the unfolding situation. Silence gripped the training grounds as every gaze fixated on the figure seated in the distance. His demeanor remained unwavering, just as impeccably poised as ever. Despite the creased clothes and disheveled hair, his expression retained the usual indifference it always carried. The blood trickling down his eyes seemed inconsequential to him, as if it was never there to begin with. And so were the stares. It's possible, apparently. It was Leon who brought Evelyn out of her thoughts. With a slight furrow of his brow, he tapped lightly against the sword at his hip. His expression was hard to read, but to Evelyn, who had known him for as long as she had, it was evident that he, too, had been taken aback by the unfolding events. He doesn't like to show it, but he's shaken as well. Why else would he be tapping on the tip of his sword so much? He's got a firm mind. Leon concluded after a while, and the tapping stopped. A very firm mind. He repeated. In a manner that seemed to be more for him than for her. Very firm mind. Evelyn blinked, recalling the scene from before. It was nothing at first. Nobody had been curious about his result at first. Everyone was doing their thing. Focused on their upcoming examination. That was. Until a change began to take place in the training ground. The noise that once filled the surroundings died down, and what replaced it was a strange silence. One that started to consume the surroundings bit by it, swallowing it whole by the next minute. At first, Evelyn was confused. But when she turned her head she understood. 4.4. Even now. Recalling the professor's gruff voice as the count went down, she felt herself lose her breath. 4.4. Had she heard wrong? How was this possible? But. 4.5. The rough voice continued. It thundered in her ears, and the ears of all present. Most gripping was Julian's steadfast figure, as he sat in the middle of the chair. His back was firm, solidly placed on the chair as if nothing was happening. His eyes were closed and so were his lips. His composed expression seemed unfitting to the occasion. It was to the point where one questioned whether he was truly undergoing the tough experience they had all gone through. Is the test faulty? Is something wrong with it? Seeing him like that, Evelyn couldn't help but start doubting the situation. Even now she could still recall the spine-tingling and terrifying sensation she felt during the test. Just thinking about it sent shivers down her spine. And yet, Julian was taking double such pain without so much as flinching. No way. Impossible. It was impossible. Drip. Drip. Such thoughts stopped the moment she noticed 2 red streaks falling down his closed eyes. Even as his body remained unmoved and his expression unwavering, his body was not. It was starting to betray him. She understood then. She hadn't heard wrong. He truly. Just what the hell happened in the last 5 years? Evelyn's gaze fell on Leon. Her eyes deeply stared into his as he turned his head to look away from her. He didn't say much, but his silence told her many things. In the end, something did happen in the 5 years they hadn't seen each other. Something terrifying enough to turn him like that. But what? What happened? We've only just recently parted ways, and you're already back here. The familiar doctor grumbled while he shone a light on my eyes. It was quite bright, and I reflexively tried to close my eyes. Help me out here. After the examination, I was brought to the infirmary by Professor Kelson to get my eyes checked. I didn't resist. I too was a little worried about my eyes. It wasn't normal for someone to bleed from their eyes. Do you feel any pain? I don't. It was strange. A weird sensation had taken hold of my body. I felt light all over. My entire body was numb, and be it pain, or the sense of touch, I had lost it all. Smack. A loud smack caught my attention. When I looked down, I noticed a red mark on my thigh and looked up. Did you feel anything? No. Did he just? I see. The doctor sighed and turned back to look at the professor. He's fine, but he's temporarily lost his sense of pain and touch. It shouldn't last longer than a week, but things will be rather troublesome for him in the next week. I suggest he doesn't do anything big in the next week for his own sake. He then proceeded to look at me in the eyes. I'll say this now because I don't want to see you again over here. Don't do anything strenuous in the next week. Got it? I can't train. No. Then what don't you get about my orders? Don't do anything that involves moderate to light exercise. It may seem like nothing, but you've lost your sense of pain. You won't know when you're overexerting your body when you train. This can very well get you killed if you're not being careful. At that, I had nothing to argue about. Thinking about how I usually trained, I knew that his words were the correct ones. There was a high chance that by the time I was done training, I'd also be done with this life. Still, even though I knew all of this, I clenched my teeth. It was frustrating. While a week didn't sound like much, it was a lot of time for me. When every single day meant so much to me, wasting 7 meant losing a lot. I really couldn't afford to miss out on so many days of training. But, I took a deep breath to calm myself down. Right, the situation is like this. I have no choice but to accept it and find a new way to grow. Even without training my body physically. Yeah, because I had no choice. Rather than crying over my situation, I had to adapt to my current one. That's the type of mentality that I needed to have. Adapt. I need to adapt. One leg. No legs. No eyes. No senses. No arms. Regardless of my situation, I had to adapt. No excuses. There were none for me. Because an excuse was nothing more than a self-imposed roadblock. I couldn't allow that. Not me. Did you understand my words? Hearing the doctor's words, I raised my head to meet his eyes. After a short while, I nodded my head. Understood. Julian Dacre Ivinus, Black Star. Family, Ivinus barony, firstborn. Progression analysis. Mana examination, 1.716. Physical examination, 1.189. Mental examination, 5.04. Delilah glanced at the results that were spread on her table. The once dirty room was now clean. At least partially. Number. Chewing on a chocolate bar, she tossed the wrapper on the ground. Just as she did, her hand froze and her eyes fell on the wrapper on the floor. Her expression cracked and her face crunched up. I'll do it later. Her gaze fell on the paper in front of her. Yeah, this was more important. The numbers weren't anything impressive at first glance. At least, not until the final value was shown. 5.04. Delilah double-checked several times to make sure hadn't received the wrong numbers. Eventually, once she was sure that they were indeed the right ones, she sat back on her chair without saying a word. What happened? To display such numbers at such age and tier. It was unheard of. Not here, nor in the other empires. And yet, here she was, staring at such unbelievable results. Anger. Sadness. Fear. These were the emotions he had displayed so far. Each of them to an unbelievable degree. No, not quite. Sadness. There was one that stood out from the rest. She hadn't seen it herself, but she had heard of what he'd done with it. Unlike the other two, he was capable of harnessing such power with mere words. That alone suggested he had already reached the next stage for such emotion. 18, but shows such an unbelievable display of emotions. It became clear the more Delilah thought about it. There was more to Julian's past. The one she hadn't managed to unseal from her background checks. Something happened that she wasn't aware of. Something that broke him to the point where the pain seemed meaningless, and traumatic enough to allow him to experience such emotion to such degree. But what exactly? The image of a certain tattoo kept replaying in her mind over and over again. I'm missing something. Something extremely important. But what exactly? Her gaze continued to linger over the profile on the table until eventually, she closed her eyes, and opened them again, replacing the cold gaze with a softer one. Right, he's my assistant now. The truth of the matter. She was bound to find out sooner or later. Especially since he was now close to her. All she had to do was be patient. One day. Yeah, one day. News about Julian's achievements at Haven quickly reached the Ivinus household near Westernbourne, one of the two regions under the Ivinus barony management. This doesn't make sense. Aldrich M. Ivinus muttered while staring at the files in front of him. It had been a while since he had heard the news of his son becoming the Black Star, and even now, he had trouble believing the news. Was this really his son? Though not incompetent, he was also not this competent. And as he read through the new report, his brows further furrowed. It's not adding up. If it were not for the fact that Leon personally said that this was Julian, he would have believed there was something wrong with Julian. To talk. A figure entered after knocking. It was a young man with brown hair and hazel eyes. His expression was clean, and his face held perfect symmetries. By any right, he was a handsome man. Father. He addressed politely as he entered. Linus. Yes. Linus lowered his head in acknowledgement. He was the second son of the Ivinus household, and the next one in line for the position. Unlike Julian, he had a warmer disposition and seemed more approachable. Have you noticed anything strange with your brother before he left for the institute? Brother? Did something happen? Check this out. Aldrich slid the papers over his desk. Though confused, Linus walked toward the desk and checked out the papers. This. Gradually, his expression strained. He put the paper down and looked up. Is this real? Yes. Aldrich nodded. I haven't told you yet because I found it hard to believe myself. Leon has confirmed everything. Ah, is that so? Linus casually glanced at the documents one more time before nodding. If Leon said so, then there's nothing to worry about. His expression seemed genuine. With a sigh, Aldrich drummed his fingers over the wooden desk. Then, as he casually glanced up at Linus, who was staring at the documents with a strange intensity, he waved his hand. You may go. H.M. Now? Linus appeared surprised by the sudden dismissal. Aldrich didn't look up and sat down on his chair. I just wanted to double-check on you. Since we agree, I'll wait for Julian to return after the midterms to confirm. Ah. I see. Though reluctant, Linus didn't argue and nodded his head in understanding. Then, with a short bow, he left the room. Clank. A large corridor met Linus's sight as he came out. It was wide but empty. Tack. Tack. The sound of his steps echoed rhythmically as he calmly headed toward his room, which was located on the second floor of the Ivinus estate. Upon entering his room, he closed the door behind him and headed toward his desk where he poured himself a drink. Gulp. The burn lingered in his throat as he relished the drink. The glass emptied and the pain at the back of his throat eased, cooling his head in the process. Taking a deep breath, he sat on his sofa while muttering a name. Julian. It was the name of his older brother. His grip on the glass tightened, and his expression distorted. Have you finally decided to reveal your true self? An image floated in his mind. One of a specific individual. Staring down at him with a cold gaze while his house burned, and everyone he cared about died. Fucking bastard. He quietly spat through his teeth, as his hold of the cup intensified. Others may not know, but he knew. His nightmares told him. Julian. His brother. He was a monster waiting to destroy everything they had. There weren't many things that I could do now that I was injured. Training was apparently off the list, but I refused to believe there was no way for me to train without the assistance of my body. It was why I was now back in the library. What kind of nonsense is this? There were still many questions that I had regarding the English sections and how the books were here. Presumably, this world was a game. It wouldn't be strange for there to be English in this world if that was the reason why English was present. However, what if this world isn't a game? Perhaps it was because everything felt so real, but there was something that nagged at the back of my mind. What if? What if? HAAA. My head throbbed at the idea. It was crazy thoughts, but my mind couldn't help but wander there on the occasion. Unfortunately, there was also something that became more clear to me the more I had these thoughts. And it was that I still know too little. The mirror dimension, this empire, the other empires, and its history. If I couldn't train with my body, then there was no reason for me to waste time doing nothing but learning. I might just find the answers I wanted here. And also a way to train without straining my body. Which was exactly what I was doing. Let's see. I looked around me, scanning all the books that were carefully lined up on the bookshelves. From magic theory to history, I picked up book after book. There were also several interesting ones from the English section that I took. By the time I was done, I had gathered over a dozen books. Managing to find a very secluded area of the library, I set the books down and sat down on the chair. Thud. The books were quite thick and they numbered a lot, but I have to do this. Knowledge was important. Even though I was reluctant to do this, I had no choice but to. And with such thoughts, I began to open the first book. Oh, right. But just as I did, I recalled something and took out a pair of glasses from my pocket. It was something the doctor had given me. The damage my eyes sustained was quite serious. To the point where I had no choice but to put up with wearing glasses whenever I needed to read. How odd. They felt weird, finding myself squinting a couple of times. I wasn't sure I'd ever get used to this, but since it was temporary, I ignored the discomfort and began reading. I had been through worse. Flip. There were a few things that Aoife kept secret from the world. Hardly anyone knew this about her, and she never planned on anyone finding out about it. And that was ba-dum-ta-tum la-la-la. She liked to sing when there was no one around her. Ba-dum-ta-tum. Such was how she was when she didn't have to pretend to be perfect. Flaws weren't something that the Megrail family accepted. At least, not on the outside. Bah damn. Her feet stopped and her gaze fell on the rows of books in front of her. She was currently in the library. It may have only been the second week of the institute, but for a top student like her, working outside of lessons was extremely important. How else would she be able to become the Black Star? Ever since entering the institute, it had always been her goal to snatch the position away from Julian. She was of royal descent, and the fact that she wasn't first, despite all her advantages, made her strive to work harder. She could accept there being more talented people than her. What she couldn't accept was losing out to them when she had such clear advantages. It gave her a sour taste in her mouth. As if the world was telling her she wasn't doing enough. That she wasn't enough. There was also another thing that she really liked about the library. It was that there was hardly anyone that was there. She could sing freely without any problems. Well, to a moderate level. There was a chance that a cadet might be hiding somewhere, but she could just silence them if need be. She scanned around and looked around the bookshelves. Magic theory. Combat theory. English. She collected all sorts of books. There were many classes that she attended, and it was therefore important that she kept up with all of them. Aoife even went as far as taking some books for classes that would be taught from the next semester onward. She was that dedicated. The pile was slowly starting to increase. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. It didn't matter how many books she had. Unlike the other cadets, she could check out as many as she wanted. After all, the vice-chancellor was her cousin. Tada. All was going well. Aoife had never been in such a great mood. So much so that she even found herself hopping in a light dance. 2. But that all stopped after a certain point. Her steps ceased and her expression stiffened. A face she least wanted to see. He wore a set of unfamiliar dark-framed glasses. Strangely, coupled with his dark blazer and undervest, it suited him. His hazel eyes beneath the glasses held a peculiar allure, compelling one to gaze into them. Standing before her was the last person she wanted to see. Her mouth opened but no words came out. Seconds passed, and all she could do was open her mouth like a fool, trying to find an excuse, something to justify her actions, but nothing. Her mind was blank. Flip. Her thoughts were rattled by the sound of a singular page being flipped. When she looked up, she saw Julian staring at his book with his usual indifferent expression. It was as if he wasn't bothered at all by her antics. Aoife wasn't sure why, but she felt herself sigh in relief at the thought. Maybe he didn't see. Yeah, that could be it. He must have missed it. Pursing her lips, she turned around and prepared to head back when singing. Julian's cold voice reached her ears, causing her to involuntarily flinch. Do it somewhere else next time. I almost lost my sight. I don't plan on losing my hearing. Disclaimer, I felt compelled to write this after a few readers pointed this out. This chapter may contain some sensitive topics. I personally don't think it's sad, but I feel the need to put this here for those who are more sensitive. Aoife felt a strange heat rise in her face as she rigidly stood with her back faced against him. It started to spread through every corner of her body. She felt her face was currently the same color as her hair. The thought made her face stiff. Flip. In the silence that took hold of the surroundings, Aoife pursed her lips. This bastard. Did he just? What replaced the shame that she was feeling was another feeling. Anger. Yes, she was angry. Of all things. Her fist slowly clenched, and so did her teeth. Hoo. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the rage that was boiling within her. She was afraid she'd do something stupid otherwise. Then, while still holding onto her books, she turned back to face him, and headed toward the same desk he was on. Thud. And placed her books on his table. He stared at her with a look that seemed to say, "Have you lost it?" But Aoife ignored it and proceeded to sit. And Ba-dum ta la. She proceeded to sing. It was now his turn to flinch. Only that, Aoife felt her heart squeeze at his reaction. Her singing. It couldn't be that bad, right? For some reason that hurt more than she thought. No, it's him. Yeah, it had to be. She was a great singer. Tulum. What are you doing? Flip. It was her turn to ignore him. Casually looking at the book in front of her, she continued to hum. That was until his hand came pressing down against her book. She looked up. What? Can you stop? Why? This is a public space. I'd like to study, not lose my hearing. You. Aoife clenched her teeth, while struggling to retort. She then whispered, "It's not that bad." It is. His fast reply felt like a hammer to Aoife, who found herself unable to retort back. Rage boiled within her, but she didn't show it as she kept her face firm. What am I even doing? Aoife was stumped. She wanted to leave but couldn't. Now that she sat down, she needed to sit there for at least 5 minutes before leaving. I was too impulsive. Now, she had to pay the consequences of her actions. Or so she thought. Creak. Julian's chair scraped as he stood up. Their eyes met for a brief moment before he scanned the books and selected a few. Are you leaving? Aoife felt compelled to ask. If so, then she didn't have to leave. But he didn't reply to her. It was as if he wasn't even listening to her. Aoife's lips opened. For the first time in a while, she was unsure of what to do. She felt a strange sense of humiliation in this entire ordeal, as her face flushed a further shade of red. Her gaze eventually fell on one of the many books he left on the table, and she didn't hesitate to take it. Since that's the case, you won't mind me taking this, right? Talk talk. Julian's calm footsteps echoed as he headed out for the library. His back had always been turned on her. The utter disregard he had for her had Aoife's gears further, and just as she opened her mouth to say something again, he pointed at his ear. Can't hear. It may have seemed like I was exaggerating, but I genuinely was hurting in my ears. What sort of singing was that? It felt as though someone was scraping a window with their nails. Goosebumps. All I felt were goosebumps. It's a bit of a pity for that book that I left, but I can't focus with her here. There was one book I really wanted to read but unfortunately couldn't. Mainly because it was a waste of time, and I couldn't afford to waste time. Now then. To talk. I knocked on the familiar door. Come in. A voice I was starting to grow familiar with answered, and I opened the door. Only to stop at the entrance. What? I blinked. Then blinked again. Then turned around and prepared to head out. You don't have to clean this up. I'll do it. Later. I stopped dead in my tracks and turned around. Ignoring all the wrappers and papers on the floor, I headed back into the office space. Delilah just stared at me with a blank look, but I ignored her. She also didn't pursue the matter and continued. How many spells do you know? Spells? I counted in my head. If we counted the 6 basic emotions, there were only 2. 8. 8? Delilah frowned. I assume 6 of them are the 6 basic emotions, correct? Yes. With a quiet nod, she leaned back on her chair and crossed her arms. She then proceeded to ask. How far have you learned? Both beginner. I have only unlocked 1. Hands of Malady was currently the only spell I could use at that moment. I still couldn't use the other spell. There were 5 stages to a spell. Unlocking, which was the integration of a circle in the mind. Only when a circle connection was established with the mind would one be able to use the spell as wanted. It was usually the hardest part of learning a spell. The next 5 ranks were beginner, intermediate, advanced, superior, and perfected. Any intermediate? Yes. Sadness. Currently, only sadness was intermediate for me. It was the one I understood the best, and it was also the one that hurt the most. So, try it on me. I felt a little reluctant when she asked me. But I understood that this was important and took a deep breath. Now. Yes, I need to know the extent of your skills before helping you. Briefly, I glanced at my forearm before taking my gaze away from it. I needed to evoke sadness. The wheel couldn't guarantee such emotion. And I want to see how deep my powers are. Could they affect someone as powerful as her? Hugh. The thought boiled in my mind and I took another deep breath before closing my eyes. I let my mind sink into my thoughts. I was going to give it my all. Without the immersion. Without cheating. Just me and my thoughts. And for me to do that, I needed to unseal memories I had kept hidden in my mind. Hugh. A certain pain pierced my heart. It stabbed at it like a sharp knife, and I felt my chest tighten. An image conjured in my mind. My lips. They felt dry all of a sudden. My fingers felt restless, and my lungs started to heat with every breath. A familiar sensation. And a familiar smell. Earthy, pungent, with a touch of sweet notes. Ha! This was TZZZ. The sound it made with each drag. The calmness it brought. The taste in my lips. I recalled everything. To the little detail. As if it were yesterday. Even the conversation that came along with that feeling. Why did you start smoking? Who was it that asked me that question? My mind was fuzzy. My surroundings were gray, and the figure's face felt faint. I couldn't recall much besides the conversation. But even now, I remembered my answer. There was a time when I wanted to get cancer. My cheeks twitched. It was as if the knife stuck in my heart twisted, forcing me to react. It started to feel suffocating. Like someone was strangling my neck. Squeezing as tightly as they could. I couldn't recall the expression he made when I said those words. I wasn't looking at him, then. He was an afterthought. The one I was speaking to was none other than myself. I smoked because I wanted cancer. Each sentence pierced harder than the other. Harder. And deeper. So that my parents for once would care about me. Because they never did. It was sad. They died before that. They never. But it was the truth. Got that chance, you know. The chance to pay attention to me as I lay on my deathbed. It's funny, right? Ha. I could hardly breathe by this point. The weight on my chest seemed immense. My lips trembled. I persisted. The death of my parents. It never saddened me. I let the conversation flow. The only thing that saddened me was the fact that they couldn't see me suffer. Pay attention to me once. I had been smiling then. The irony felt funny too much for me. Ha. I regret it now, though. I don't want to die. Their death made me regret my actions. I was 18 then. I thought that if I stopped, my body would heal. I was young. I am young. And yet, I was still smiling. I ended up getting cancer after I stopped. After I found reason to care. And I am still smiling now. Because that's my life story. My pathetic life. I stopped then. I couldn't take it anymore. My mind couldn't take it. The memories. They felt too vivid, too real. Light returned to my eyes. Delilah appeared before me, her expression as stoic as ever. How long had passed? Probably a second or less, but it felt like an eternity to me. Tears trickled down my eyes. I let them. And then I spoke. It's strange. Emotions. I didn't think they'd hurt so much. The silence felt stifling. Delilah stood by the window of her office. She stared down at the campus from above, quietly staring at the moving cadets. It had been 10 minutes since Julian had left. Even now, she was thinking about him. About his sadness. The expression he made after she had asked, his change in expression, the tears in his eyes, the power of his voice. Images of him, that moment, continued to replay in her mind. She had asked out of curiosity. It was after hearing the reports about what he had done back in the classroom that she felt compelled to test. Emotions were a scary tool. Regardless of strength, they could affect someone. Everyone had emotions. Some were just better at hiding them than others. It's still a bit raw. His mastery over his emotions. They weren't very refined just yet. He still had some way to go. It was also why she hadn't felt anything then. But it was also true she hardly felt anything normally. She had hoped that maybe, just maybe, he could help her feel something. It was a slim hope, but one she didn't cling to for long. He was only 18. Her expectations weren't that high to begin with. Unfortunate. Truly. Delilah turned around to focus back on her work. As her eyes fell on a document on her desk, she felt her eye itch. It was an odd itch. An annoying one. Especially when. Drip. It ended up staining the paper beneath. Ugh. I rubbed my eyes. They were somewhat puffy now. I hadn't expected my memories to affect me like that. Or maybe I did. Still. Nothing. There had been no reaction from Delilah when I used my skill. Even as I put everything in it, she remained expressionless and unfazed. It was a bit disappointing but understandable. She was the closest to the zenith. For her to be unaffected by me didn't come to me as a surprise. Disappointing but expected. I wonder when I will be able to affect someone like her. Emotions could affect anyone regardless of their tier and strength. That much I was aware of. Unfortunately, the stronger one was, the more powerful their mind was. It became a lot harder to affect the emotions of someone like that. And the fact that she seemed unguarded when I used my spell, and was still unaffected spoke volumes of her mental resistance. The reality of my situation became more glaring to me. I still had a long way to go. In the 2 weeks that I had been at the institute, I had never really paid any particular attention to my surroundings. It was with such thoughts that I looked at my surroundings for once. It was beautiful. The place looked stunning with greenery everywhere and intricately designed buildings that seemed unfit for this setting. Cadets walked around the campus talking with one another and enjoying their life. There was also a strange scene in the distance. A middle-aged man with a thick mustache and round glasses sat by a stone stool, playing checkers alone. What sort of? Yes. He was alone, but he still seemed to be having fun. I felt a little envious staring at the scene. Had my circumstances been a bit different, perhaps I would have enjoyed my time here more thoroughly, but I can't. There were things that I needed to prioritize. I needed to remain consistent with my mindset. As I walked the campus, I suddenly paused. In the distance, a particular scene caught my attention. 4 cadets were circling over a single person. It's her. I recognized her in an instant. With her platinum long hair, sour expression, and red eyes, she easily stood out. It was one of the top-ranked cadets. Kiera Milne. Why is she? Think about our offer. If you join us, we'll be able to have more power over the first year. You'll be able to do whatever you want. Even smoke. The offer seemed rather tempting. Smoking. Smoking. Yeah. I'll have to decline. What do you? Kiera rummaged through her pockets and took out a cigarette, which she quickly lit up with her finger. Puff. She then proceeded to blow the smoke toward the 4 people surrounding her. Awk. What are you? Kiera smirked as she looked at their faces. I can smoke regardless. The fuck do I care about joining a faction? It's bothersome. They had been pestering for the past week or so. Something about joining their faction. Each time she refused them. However, their persistence never ceased. It was starting to get on her nerves. If you have nothing else better to do, why don't you do something more productive like breathing water? Trust me. You'll do me a service. The faces of the 4 cadets surrounding her flushed. They seemed unsure of what to say, which Kiera found hilarious as she smacked her thigh. PFTTT, you should take a look at your expressions. Fucking ridiculous. And proceeded to laugh to herself. Ka. Only that. Her laugh wasn't the most pleasing to the ears. Eventually, though, the 4 cadets snapped out of it. A tall cadet with blonde hair cut in a bowl cut and sunken cheeks stepped forward. He frowned while looking at Kiera. It was obvious from their body language that they were all wary of her. It was probably why they hadn't resorted to any violence or threats. I'll ask again, do you want to join our faction or not? It will be very beneficial for you in the long run. We'll make you the vice leader if you want to. Anders is adamant about wanting you in our group. If you say the wah. Puff. Smoke blew on his face, forcing him to halt mid-sentence. When he looked up, he saw a middle finger pointed at his face. Kindly. Fuck off. Ah. The cadet opened his mouth and then closed it as his teeth ground together. Do yo? You there? A cold voice pierced through the surroundings as all heads turned. Who? The expressions of all present stiffened at the sight of the figure headed their way. A mere glance into his eyes compelled them to avert their gaze, finding the intensity within them too overwhelming. With his well-maintained uniform and intimidating expression, the 4 cadets struggled to keep themselves composed. He was an enigma, and someone nobody wanted to associate with. Talk. He stood tall in front of the cadet. His gaze lowered to meet his eyes. Are you the ones I've been hearing about? Even his voice sounded intimidating. Yes. That faction thing. Ah. The cadet secretly gulped. He found it hard to remain composed under Julian's intense gaze. He was still able to force a small nod. Yes. I see. Julian calmly closed his eyes before muttering. Your leader, or whoever is in charge. All 4 cadets looked at Julian with wide-open eyes. He cared nothing for the gaze as he flatly continued. Get him to meet me tomorrow. His words. They seemed more like a command than a request. I'll talk with him tomorrow. It was as if they had no right to refuse. And it was the intensity at which he looked at them that made them unable to refute, forcing them to quietly nod before leaving. Only once they left did silence fall on the surroundings. Kiera, who had been watching the entire time, frowned and blew her smoke away. Puff. What was that for? Were you trying to help me or something? Julian turned his head, and their eyes met. It's that expression again. The one filled with nothing but pity as he looked at her. Kiera silently clenched her teeth. Why are you looking at me like that? Just as she was about to say something, he beat her to it. I didn't do it for you, Julian said, his voice sounding rather quiet. I'm just taking responsibility for once. I'd rather handle it now than wait before it gets harder to handle. He glanced at her once again, his eyes falling on the cigarette in her hand. Kiera frowned, expecting him to do something similar to last time. What? But. Stop smoking. Much to her surprise, he didn't pursue the matter and turned around to leave. It isn't good for you. His back slowly faded from her sight. Staring at it, Kiera looked at her hand where the cigarette was and mumbled. You think I don't know? It was nighttime by the time Aoife was done with her outing at the library. She normally wouldn't have spent such a long time there, but thinking back at the situation from before, she had no choice but to stay there. Had she left in her previous mood, she was afraid she'd kill someone by accident. The moon hung in the night sky, illuminating the world beneath. Lost in her thoughts, Aoife followed the path back to the dorm. It was a beautiful path. The cobblestone path was embraced by all sorts of flowers as a gentle breeze gracefully swept through the air. It felt strangely nice. And then, a figure appeared in the distance. They seemed to be all sweaty and haggard. Leon. His identity became clear as he stopped under the light from a lamppost. How could it not when his appearance stood out so much? He turned his head, finally noticing her. Aoife. Are you coming back from training? Ah, yes. Leon nodded his head. Then, lowering his head and focusing his gaze on the books in her hand, he tilted his head. Library. Yes. So late. Could ask the same of you. Right. Leon scratched the side of his head. Glancing at the books, he hesitantly asked. Do you need help? No. A flat-out refusal. I can carry this much. They were only like 1, 2, 3. 8 books. Oh. Though he didn't show it with his face, he seemed a little doubtful. But he still relented and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Aoife quietly picked up her pace to catch up to him, when... Oh. Thud. One of the books fell due to her carelessness. Or more like, she was just not paying attention. With her reflexes, she could have easily avoided such a situation. I'll get it. Leon offered to help and bent down to pick up the book. An English book. Ah, yes. It was one of the books that Julian had left on his desk. She was curious about it. For him to be so good at English, surely there must have been reason. Therefore, after thinking about it, she decided to pick up that book. Though she didn't particularly like him, she had to admit that he was competent. Her goal was to become the best. Therefore, she needed to pick up things from the best. Tough language. Leon casually glanced at the cover of the book, his eyes squinting slightly as he tried to decipher the meaning of the title. Only for his entire body to freeze the next second. Leon. Noticing a change in his demeanor, Aoife cocked her head. What's wrong with him? Where did you get this? His voice came out even. Strangely so. Where did I get this? I got it from the library. Oh. I see. He nodded calmly. Then, he handed it back to her. Burn it. Was this a joke? Aoife thought so at first, but when she looked at his face, she couldn't help but be taken aback. He seemed serious. Almost desperate. Just. His eyes trembled. He seemed shaken. The stupefied Aoife narrowed her eyes and carefully looked at Leon. What is? Don't ever give this to Julian. Yes. Yet again, Aoife was taken aback. But I got it from him. Never. He made sure to emphasize before excusing himself, leaving her standing dumbly. As he left, she ended up overhearing his mutters, "Cursed book. What kind of situation is this?" Aoife frowned and finally paid attention to the book. She hadn't paid attention to the title before since she just took it for the sake of it, but now she was intrigued. Just what kind of book could get Leon so shaken up? Her eyes squinted as she translated the title. Soon, the title became clear to her. And her expression changed. 145 Jokes That Will Have You Rolling on the Floor. It was a book about jokes. What sort of? Did the nobles hate the commoners? Not in particular. At least, the vast majority didn't. As future lords of their territory, most nobles understood the importance of commoners, and how vital they were to their territory. In fact, most nobles tended to build good relationships with talented commoners. Everyone at Haven was talented. Some were less than others, but they were generally all very talented individuals. One needed to have a certain standard to get here after all. As such, for aspiring nobles, it was important to build good relationships with them. At least, that was how it usually was. Unfortunately, things were different this year. Without someone to properly lead the first years, cadets with different agendas were allowed to come to power, shifting the overall situation. What did you say? He wants to talk to me. A well-built young man, his blonde hair framing his jewel-like blue eyes, wore a frown. Clutching a cup filled with wine, he directed his gaze at the four figures standing before him, their heads slightly lowered. Anders Lewis Richmond. First heir of the Richmond family, one of the four Marquis families, and the current leader of the noble faction. Why is he suddenly interfering? His deep voice echoed in the quiet environment. His hold of the cup tightened as his expression scrunched up. A face appeared in his mind. He couldn't forget that face. How could he forget? His cold and overbearing gaze as he looked down on him. From the utter disregard and contempt within his gaze, and the last words he muttered to him. Pathetic. Anders's grip on his glass tightened as his teeth gnashed. Ho! Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the rage that was barely about to slip out of him. Closing his eyes, he deeply pondered over the situation before asking. Tomorrow. Isn't it the survival guidance class? That's correct. And he said he wants to talk to me tomorrow. That's correct. Seemingly having come up with a decision, Anders finally opened his eyes. All right. His lips gently pulled up. I'll talk to him tomorrow. It was early in the morning, and the sun was barely up. The morning breeze wafted through, adding a certain chill to the air. We stood at the edge of a towering forest where trees of various sizes comprised the vast majority of the landscape. The forest, Hargrave Forest, was connected to the institute, and was considered safe by the instructor. Line up quickly. The instructor, Candace Wallace, positioned us in a long line before the forest. I stood at the very front. That was only natural since the order was assigned based on rank. As such, Leon stood behind me. He seemed a little odd today. Very odd. Especially since the first thing he had asked me this morning was if I had seen the book. What book? In the backpacks, you will find all the necessary equipment for the upcoming task. In total, it'll last for a day. Points will be earned based on the criteria given to you in the booklet. The class was called Basic Survival Guideline. It was a class that focused on the basics of survival. The objective of the class was to acclimate the cadets to living in the challenging environments of the mirror dimension. From what I read, they were a lot worse than this. Given the nature of the course, a non-combat based one, I was judged to be eligible to attend this class. On that note, everyone please welcome Professor Bucklam. Professor Wallance suddenly stopped to the side and introduced someone. The individual in question was a middle-aged man with graying dark hair and a mustache. What caught one's attention the most were his distinctive circular gold-framed glasses, which seemed oddly fitting. Coupled with the wooden cane in his hand, he looked extremely refined. Why does he seem so familiar? His appearance sparked something in my mind as I felt his figure to be vaguely familiar. But where exactly? Ah! Then I recalled. He was the one playing checkers by himself yesterday. So it was him. I can't believe it's really him. A noticeable change occurred in the faces of the cadets behind me. Holy crap, it's Professor Bucklam. Wow, it's really him. But I heard that he was still ill. The way the students talked about him made him appear to be a very important person. He's a very important figure. One of the top professors in the academy. Well, was. Thankfully, I had Leon with me as he gave me a brief rundown of the situation while he whispered near my ear. Was. Yeah, he sustained an injury a few years back. He hasn't been the same since. His power dropped a lot too. Ah. I looked back at that man who stood at the front. He seemed like an extremely warm person at first glance. Like a neighborhood uncle who everyone was friendly with. Haha, it seems like everyone is already aware of my identity. Even his laugh was warm. Please don't worry about my appearance. I'm only here to observe several cadets. As you are all aware, the draft will be coming at the end of the year. I want to make sure that we select the best of the best. Draft. A new term I was unfamiliar with entered my mind. I thought about asking Leon but chose against it given that he was currently speaking. I made a mental note in my mind. So, while this is indeed just a regular class, I'll be here to monitor you guys and observe your performance. Don't feel too concerned. This won't be the only class I'll monitor, so please feel free to go at your own pace. He then went on to ramble about the same thing for the next few minutes before finishing. I have taken enough of your time. Please go on your way to do your thing. Clap. 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 The cadets began to clap. I did too. He returned our claps with a slight bow as Professor Wallace stepped ahead. You've heard him. Don't feel too pressured. There will be many chances for you to prove yourself. She proceeded to clap her hands, and I felt my body levitate all of a sudden. Ah. Let's go. Clap. Have a nice trip. Those were the last words I heard before the world turned dark. Thud. Light only returned after I felt my feet touch against something hard, and even then, the light was just minimal. When I looked around, I realized I was in the middle of the forest. Alone. Right as the students were teleported, Professor Wallace turned to address Professor Bucklam. Has anyone caught your eye? A few. The professor replied with a thin smile. Leaning slightly on his cane, he stared into the forest as his eyes squinted. Aoife, Leon, Kira, Julian, Evelyn, Luxon, Anders. There's a lot of interesting cadets. There's indeed quite a lot of talented individuals this year. More than the previous years. Haha, yes. The draft is going to be quite difficult this year. But isn't that a good thing? Of course it is. The more competition, the better the final candidates. Indeed. Professor Wallance nodded in understanding. The draft was an important event for the Academy. It was an event that happened at the end of the year, and only the top cadets were eligible for the honor. But even that was just the start. There were further steps down the line that the cadets needed to follow after becoming eligible. And it was the scouts' job to make sure the selected members were good enough to pass such steps. Professor Bucklam was one such scout. I guess it's time for me to do my job. Lowering his head slightly, Professor Bucklam smiled. Then, without turning back, he calmly headed toward the forest, his figure disappearing into its depths. Candace remained standing where she was for several minutes. Her mind wandered back to his back. Though he seemed warm and kind, all Candace could see was loneliness. It was to be expected given his situation. He had once been so brilliant and yet. She pursed her lips and shook her head. A pity. If only he didn't. Ha! It was dark and humid. My clothes clung to my skin, and the smell of my sweat permeated around. I was uncomfortable, but this much I could handle. There had been times in my previous life when I had been subjected to worse conditions at my job. Fucking bastards. The thought still irritated me to this day. In any case, I took out the guidebook from my bag and stared at its contents. Find water source, 1p. Find food source, 1p. Create shelter, 4p. In short, survive for a day. With each objective achieved, one would earn points. The one who had the most points by the end would be ranked first. Because of my obvious disability, my results didn't matter as much. That said, just because the results didn't matter as much, it didn't mean that I wasn't planning on trying. Ho! Taking a deep breath, I dropped the backpack down and prepared to get my camp ready. I felt energized and ready. Although I wasn't in top shape, it didn't mean I couldn't do this. Such was how I felt. But reality seemed to hate me. Just as I was about to get ready to start, the world turned black. When light returned, I found myself back in the forest, but at an entirely different place. Clank! Sparks flew in the air, and the nearby vegetation shattered. What's going on? My voice refused to come out of my mouth. As if it were trapped in my mind. And it was then that I understood what was happening. This familiar feeling. The vivid sensations but the weird strange of entrapment. Vision. I was experiencing another vision. Shit. I wanted to curse. Of all times now. No, when had it really had good timing? They always came randomly, and when I least expected them. I once again wanted to curse at my situation, but I knew I couldn't. The vision, though random, always ended up pointing out important events. Perhaps, major or minor events from the game. I wasn't aware since I had never played the game. But that wasn't currently important. Boom. Several trees shattered, their remains flying in all sorts of directions. A figure gradually appeared, lying down on the ground with a pained expression. Ugh. It was a familiar face. Long white hair, deep red eyes. Kira. Was this vision about? KH. Shit. Kira forced herself up as blood dripped down from her mouth. Her expression almost seemed desperate. No, she really was. How? Why? Her eyes widened as she suddenly screamed. Wait. No. Boom. Several more trees shattered as a huge explosion resounded. A gale rushed from the front as my ears rang. Thud. Something heavy fell right next to where I stood. I couldn't see at first due to the dust, but when it all cleared, I stood rigid on the spot. My heart tightened and my face stiffened. An array of different emotions coursed through my mind in that moment as I struggled to understand what I was seeing. I looked down at the familiar face. The supposed main character. The strongest first year, and my knight. How? His body lay next to my feet. Dead, everything felt so vivid. From the dust in the air to the gentle breeze that wafted through. And in particular, the chill that enveloped my heart. It all felt so real that for a moment, just briefly, I thought I was standing there, reliving the moment, and that this wasn't a vision. How? I struggled to comprehend the sight in front of me. How could Leon have died? Wasn't he supposed to be the main character of the game? Why would? I stopped my thoughts there. It became clear to me shortly after. The reason why he died, and in such a manner. It all became clear. It's because of me. My existence had caused this. I was the one who created this situation. Originally, he was supposed to be the Black Star, the first ranker. My presence had taken that away from him and changed the course of how the game progressed. His death. It was all because I existed. But it wasn't over. Scrunch. Scrunch. My head raised to stare into the distance. Toward the one responsible for all of this. Ah. My heart tightened further. The figure responsible for all of this. I can't see it. It was hazy. Almost obscured. The distance between us shrank, eventually coming to a step a few meters away from me. I felt my body stiffen at the sight of it. It felt as though he was looking at me. As if it knew that I was here. But it wasn't possible. And that proved to be the case when they lowered their head to stare at Leon. Drip. Drip. Red stained the ground as the shadow cast its gaze down. Blood. Ah. A realization hit me. Whoever the figure was, it hadn't come out unscathed from the conflict with Leon. The silence that gripped the surrounding felt stifling. Kira, who was a few meters away, stood in silence, staring at the scene with a look of despair as she tried to force herself up. Ugh. But it was to no avail. Her legs were broken. The last thing I heard before the vision shattered was, "Why you of all people?" Everything grew dark again, and I felt in control of my body again. Wapa. I heavily gulped for air the moment I regained control of my body as I hunched over and leaned my hand on a nearby tree for support. Ha. H-A-A-A. Sweat trickled down the side of my face as my breath left my body. Ba. Thump. Ba. Thump. I could hear the sound of my own heartbeat in my mind as I tried to recover from the shock of the vision. H-A-A-A. My head felt light and the world blurry. But in spite of that, I had no choice but to recover fast. F-H-A-A-A fucking shit. A curse slipped my mouth and I ruffled my head. Now of all the fucking times. Just what sort of situation was this? Couldn't I catch a break for once? Hoo. Though I complained, I was already rummaging through my backpack where I took a small red object. Emergency use only. I stared at the device in my hand. It was something that all cadets were given. Although the area was safe, and most cadets were powerful, accidents could happen. The device was supposed to be used in case such cases occurred. That said, what kind of excuse am I going to use? There were repercussions to using the device in case there was no emergency. I was afraid of such consequences, but whatever. It wasn't something I could think about at the moment. At worst, I could just say that my injuries were too much for me. With such thoughts, I pressed on the device. Click. But nothing happened. What? Click. I clicked again. But yet again, nothing happened. That's when I realized. My device. It was broken. This. I felt my stomach drop at the realization. This couldn't be a coincidence, right? There was simply no way. At the very least, I refused to believe that to be the case. It certainly had something to do with the situation. But yet again, it brought a new question to my mind. Why is the Institute not aware of this? Was this perhaps another one of their tests? No, it's not. I could still recall Leon's lifeless expression as he fell by my feet. Kira's shocked expression, and the intensity of the obscured figure in the vision. This. It wasn't a test. This was real. Fuck. I could do nothing but curse. I was at a loss as to what to do. The figure was a lot stronger than me. To be able to kill Leon, a Tier 2 knight, it had to be at least Tier 3 in strength. The higher the tier, the faster and more efficient they were with controlling mana and utilizing spells. I was merely at tier 1. How was I supposed to do anything about the figure? But, damn it. I clenched my teeth and grabbed my backpack. I had no choice but to do something. Leon couldn't die. If he died, I was screwed. A strange silence gripped the surroundings as Leon carefully scanned the landscape. There was something about the environment that felt unsettling. Sheeing. He unsheathed his sword and narrowed his eyes. A grave expression marred his features. All humans were born with an innate skill. Though the academy didn't require one to share what it was, a few cadets with lower talents tended to expose it in hopes of getting accepted. Leon's innate skill was called instinct. It was an innate skill that granted him the ability to feel when things weren't right. It was for this exact reason that he was sure that the current Julian was a fake, and that he hadn't been lying about his circumstances back then. And it was also for this exact reason that he was hesitant about fighting him. His instincts. They told him to not fight him. That he wasn't someone that he could easily take on. Ho! There were hardly any times when his instincts had been wrong. There were occasions where they had been, but those times were rare, and he always liked to play things safe. And it also wasn't like it was active at all times. There were many times his instincts didn't detect anything. But in the rare times that they did, he always made sure to be ready. Therefore, scanning around once more, he secretly started to run the mana in his body. As a tier 2 knight, his senses were rather sharp. Within moments, he felt every little detail of his surroundings. From the speed of the wind to the number of grass stalks around him. It was also because of this that he was able to react in time, suddenly shifting his body by pivoting his foot and positioning the blade in front of him. Bang! Sparks flew in the air as Leon felt his body skid several meters back before stopping. Ugh! A groan inevitably escaped from his lips as he felt his chest cave slightly. The power of that strike. It wasn't something he would have been able to take on unguarded. Whoever this enemy was, they were without a doubt stronger than him. Scrunch! Scrunch! Leon felt his body tense as the nearby bushes rustled, and a figure gradually became clear for him to see. When the figure became clear, Leon's eyes widened and his expression cracked. It's you. What am I supposed to do? I was lost. I had no idea where to start. The forest was massive and finding Leon was easier said than done. The only thing that I knew was the exact details of the location. I remembered almost every little detail about the space. But that was it. Where exactly it was, I wasn't sure. Even the map in my hand was of no use. Crap. By now he had most likely already met the enemy. For how long could he last? A minute? 2 minutes? 10 minutes? The idea ate at my mind as I continued forward. I had no choice but to move. Leon couldn't die. His death would mean that the likelihood of me getting exposed as a fraud was almost guaranteed. What then? Go into hiding and wait for the world to forget about me? Even if that was possible, that wasn't what I wanted. I had a clear goal in mind. And Leon was the key piece to helping me achieve that goal. I couldn't do without him. He can't die. I reminded myself of the fact. He couldn't die. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. I had been running for a few minutes when... Rustle. The bushes near me rustled and a voice followed suit. Found you. TSK. Kira clicked her tongue as she looked around. She was all by herself in the forest with no one in sight. Her hands tingled and she instinctively reached for her pocket. But they were empty. Her heart started to beat faster. So did her breathing as her fingers twitched. A sense of emptiness spread across her chest as her left eye twitched. Shit. Why did people smoke? Each person had their own answer to the question. Kira's answer was, "It's warm." Her lungs would heat up, her mind would relax, and she'd forget that she wasn't alone for a moment. It was the gruesome reality of her life. She was alone. The people she called family only cared about prestige and honor. It was for this reason that despite being one herself, she hated nobles. She also hated the dark. It felt stifling. It was her curse. She didn't even know why she was like it. It had been like this for as long as she could remember. But it had haunted her for as long as she could remember. It was for this reason that she smoked. To her, smoking was her medicine. It brought warmth. Zip. Kira unzipped her bag where she took out a pack of cigarettes. Milton's Rose. The familiar box and the familiar smell. Briefly, it eased the darkness that surrounded her. Puff. An orange light flickered in the dark as Kira took a drag of the cigarette. Her lungs burned with an all-too familiar sensation, and her mind calmed down. But she soon frowned. Looks like I need to change the intensity. Cigarettes had different intensities. Mainly because superhumans that were capable of wielding mana had certain resistance to the chemicals in normal cigarettes. It was hence why the cigarettes that Kira was using were specifically designed for superhumans. While normal cigarettes couldn't harm them, these ones could. The higher the tier she reached, the more intense the cigarette had to be for her to feel anything. It was also because of this that the damage from smoking couldn't be healed. Puff. But it wasn't like she cared. Closing her eyes, she leaned against a nearby tree and savored the taste of the cigarette. Her mind relaxed and all her worries disappeared. By the time she was done, her mind was clear. The dark didn't seem as intimidating as it had been moments prior. Her body felt warm. Let's get this shit done. She tossed the pack back into her bag and took out the booklet for the task. Flip. She had just opened the first page when a resounding roar reverberated. At the same time, the ground beneath her quaked, and the nearby trees shattered. Her body's equilibrium shifted, leaving her with no time to respond. Ha! Thump! A figure skidded back, only stopping after impaling their sword against the ground. Kira's eyes widened at the sight of him. And her mouth opened to mumble. Leon. Rustle. The bushes rustled and a figure I vaguely felt was familiar appeared. Who is he? You were looking for me. A dry voice came out from my lips as I grew wary. He couldn't be someone related to the one in the vision. If that was the case, my body grew tense and I started to channel the mana inside of my body. Didn't you say you wanted to see me? I am here. Wanted to see me. I paused and thought about it. Then, as if recalling the events of yesterday, I realized. You're the leader of the noble faction. Right, judging from his age, and the fact that he felt familiar, this made sense. Especially since I distinctly remembered asking his minion to tell him to come to me. How did you find me? Weren't we supposed to be stranded in the middle of a forest? For him to find me. I frowned and had a sudden thought. Just then, he appeared to want to say something as his mouth opened, but I want to. I cut him off immediately and lightly tossed something in his direction. Thud. It landed right beneath his feet, stopping him as he looked down. I took the chance to explain. My emergency device doesn't work. I believe yours doesn't work as well. I think we're under attack. Under attack. He looked back at me, his eyes wearier than before. Are you trying to get my guard down or something? No. Perhaps because time was running out, and I couldn't waste time, my voice came out rather harsh as I squinted my eyes at him. That's a needless effort on someone like you. Check your device. His face scrunched up, but under my serious gaze, he eventually relented and opened his backpack, taking out a similar device from his it. He turned to look at me and seemed to want to say something, but after staring into my eyes, he thought otherwise and just pressed on the device. Click. As expected, his didn't work either. Finally, his expression changed as he realized the gravity of the situation. But I didn't have time to waste. Therefore, I carefully approached him, only stopping a few meters away from him. I looked down at him to meet his eyes. I thought back on the situation, and how he had managed to find me. It was only a guess, but maybe. Help me find someone. He could help me find Leon's location. Russell. Why am I even doing this? Anders continued to run, pushing the vegetation away. Fiddling with the necklace on his neck, he looked behind him where a figure was casually following him. Even now, he seemed unfazed by the situation as he looked around with the same expression he always wore. It was as if he didn't seem bothered by the entire situation. And yet, he was also the first one to notice. How did he know? Anders was curious. He turned his head slightly when. How far? Julian's voice reached his ears. Even the tone of his voice sounded annoying to his ears. He was the last person he thought he'd work with, but I have no choice. The circumstances left him with no choice but to work with him. He didn't trust him, but he trusted his abilities. After all, he had experienced them firsthand. We should be getting closer. Julian acknowledged with a soft hum, his attention once again on the surroundings. Anders pursed his lips and continued forward. His innate ability, Predator's Plight, granted him with the ability to enhance his senses. Be it his eyesight, smell, and hearing. It was thanks to his ability that he had been able to find Julian easily. His original plan had been to face him head-on. He thought about sneaking up on him, but that simply went against his morals. He was no coward, after all. As they moved forward, Anders suddenly grew curious. Can you tell me why you asked me to find Leon instead of the professors? I'm sure they would be of more help than him. Julian looked ahead, and their gazes met. Anders felt his body freeze under his gaze, which seemed to look at him with a bit of contempt. This bastard. Anders clenched his fists at the sight. Julian's voice reached his ears shortly after. If the culprit is capable of disabling the emergency device, what makes you think they won't interfere with the professors? Ah. Julian's answer left him at a loss for words. Indeed, when he put it like that. Slow down. Julian's voice reached him again from behind. This time, it felt a lot more intimidating. I have an idea of where we are. If the culprit is capable of disabling the emergency device, what makes you think they won't interfere with the professors? Yeah, no. That was total bullshit. While there was some truth to it, I had no idea whether the professors had been distracted or taken care of. The only thing that I cared about was getting to Leon before it was too late. That being said, if I can't, I won't. The idea behind saving Leon stemmed from the fact that I needed him. He was the main character of the game and my shield. What sort of consequences was his death going to bring to the game? That, I wasn't sure, and I had never really thought about it. However, on further thought, his death was sure to bring a lot of variables to my future. As of right now, although we both didn't trust each other, the two of us were allies. As an ally, it was my duty to help him out when needed. But that didn't mean I'd have to throw my life away to help him. If the situation seemed impossible then. I closed my eyes. Let's see when I get there. The current plan was to interfere when most opportune. Given that at some point Leon managed to injure the enemy, an opening certainly existed. I planned on exploiting it. Opening my eyes again, I slowed down my pace. Stop. Anders similarly stopped as he turned to look at me. I placed my finger on my lips before he could say anything and whispered. Keep your voice down from this moment forth. He seemed confused as he looked around him and squinted. But after an internal debate, he relented and nodded. Fine. Now that I look at him, he seems quite reasonable. It took me no time to realize who he was. Back then, I had been so immersed in my emotions that I hadn't paid proper attention to how he looked. However, his face was now clear to me and the situation was rather funny. Who'd have thought I'd end up working with the same person that I used to prove my worth in the middle of the lecture? Scrunch. Scrunch. I quietly led him forward. The surroundings were the same as I remembered. From the trees to the smell that lingered in the air. If there was one good thing about the visions, it was that I could remember every single detail with perfect memory. It was thanks to that I was able to find the location rather quickly. This is it. The exact same spot where Leon died. It was where I was currently standing. They aren't here yet, which means that I'm still early. I sighed in relief at the idea, and looked around me. Only to see Anders looking at me in confusion. I could guess exactly what he was thinking from his expression. Use your abilities. See if there's anyone near us. Why dash? Do it. He frowned but nonetheless listened. Was he afraid of me, or were the circumstances making him act this way? In a way, I could see how he had become the leader of the nobles. His eyes quickly widened a few moments after he closed them, and his gaze turned to look to the right where he pointed. Over there. I followed the direction of where he pointed as he continued, his voice trembling slightly. There are multiple people. A large conflict. Wait. Though he tried to stop me, I was already moving. The situation was still not bad. Since Leon could deal some damage to the opponent if I played my cards right. My eyebrow twitched as I felt a sharp pain in my arm. It hurt so much that I had to stop for a brief moment. What sort of? I turned my wrist over to see what was going on when my eyes shot up. The second leaf. The one that I was unsure of what it did. It was shining brightly. Bang. Yook. Leon felt his back crash against a nearby tree, as he felt himself lose his breath. Thud. He landed on the ground, only keeping himself from falling thanks to his sword which he used to support himself. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. With uneven breathing, he looked up. Even now, he struggled to understand. How? How was it possible? The fuck is this? Aren't you supposed to be our professor? Kira's startled voice echoed from his left as she held her hand forward. A red magic circle floated at the tips of her fingers. Swoosh. Flames surged from all around her, enveloping her entire body as amidst the inferno, her eyes, reminiscent of rubies, gleamed brightly, piercing through the raging blaze surrounding her. Thrusting her hand forward, the flames enveloping her body twisted and coiled like a serpent before surging forward where a figure stood. Unfortunately, the flames, which had been raging with a lot of intensity, were quickly put out with a single swipe of a cane. Kira's expression changed drastically at this, but before she could do anything. Bang! Her body was flung several meters back, crashing against the dirt as she skidded back several meters. Uck! Her groan reached Leon as he tightly held on the sword in his hand and stared ahead. Indeed. They were severely outclassed. But how could they not be when their opponent was a Tier 3 opponent? Although the two of them were both Tier 2, their powers were still outstripped. It took more than 2 Tier 2 individuals to get rid of someone of that caliber. And to make matters worse, this was no regular opponent. Professor Bucklam. Even now, Leon didn't fully understand the situation. How could it be him? Was this a test or was this real? At first he thought it was, but his instincts told him otherwise. That was when it became clear to him. Professor Bucklam. For whatever reason. He was trying to kill them. No, him. Why? Leon wasn't sure, but... Uck. He didn't have the time to care. Pressing his foot against the ground, he propelled his body forward. Within moments, he arrived a few inches away from the professor's body as he swung his blade. It curved in the air and directly aimed at the professor's exposed neck. Everything was fluent, from the precision of his attack to its speed. However, clank! His sword bounced back the moment it came down, and a large translucent sphere formed around the professor's body. Mana Sphere, an intermediate-ranked spell that provided a mage with great defense. It covered his entire body and flickered the moment it came into contact with Leon's sword. But that was it. The force behind Leon's sword wasn't powerful enough to break it, leaving Leon exposed to a counterattack. Swoosh! Professor Bucklam took advantage of that moment as his cane came slashing down on Leon, who just barely managed to avoid it by twisting his body in the air. Thud! Falling down, Leon pushed his body forward again and swung his sword. Clank! But clank! Regardless of clank! What he did. Clank! The shield surrounding the professor refused to budge. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. Leon felt his breath grow heavy with each attempt. It wasn't just him. Swoosh! A fire directed itself toward the professor, but even that was of no use as it simply scattered the moment it touched it. What kind of fucking shield is this? Leon could hear Kira's curse from behind as she channeled another spell. Thinking about something, Leon bit his lips before bringing his body forward to slash at the shield. Professor Bucklam prepared to receive Leon when his figure faded and disappeared. Thud! By the time Leon's touched the ground, he was standing behind Kira, who looked startled by the sight of him. Holy fuck! What are you doing? That scared the shit out of me. Hold him back for me. A white glow formed over Leon's sword, its aura intensifying by the second. What? Kira was startled at first, but realizing what Leon was trying to do, she bit her lips and nodded. Fuck. Whatever, do it. The flames around her body intensified, and the temperature around them rose to an alarming degree. They were so intense that the surrounding grass and trees started to catch fire. H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. Kira's breath started to grow heavy, but gritting her teeth, she pushed her hand forward, and the fire around her split into several threads which all rushed toward the professor, who frowned and slashed with his cane. Unfortunately, as if they had a mind of their own, the threads diverged, encircling him before adhering to the ground and forming a cage. And now, Kira shouted as she looked behind her, where a powerful glow appeared. An intense mana wave wafted through the air as Leon's sword shone with a majestic light. He didn't hesitate to move the moment she spoke. Thump! The ground caved as his body zoomed toward the professor. Quack! An intense pain invaded every part of his body as he rushed forward. His muscles were tearing apart, and his mana was running dangerously low. But he had no choice. This was do or die. Bang! His foot pressed against the ground, stopping his body just as he neared the professor, who appeared somewhat alarmed. Ugh! Pain once again invaded Leon's body as he felt the muscles of his core snap, but he still persisted. Using everything he had, he swung diagonally in an upward motion. Boom! His blade clashed against the professor's shield as it flickered intensively. Unlike before, the flickering was even more pronounced, and just barely, Leon could see cracks form on its surface. But that wasn't enough. The shield was still standing. KH. He clenched his teeth with even more force as he pushed all the remaining mana in his body out and into the sword. CR crack. The cracks around the shield widened. But it was still not enough. Not yet. His lungs were on fire and every part of his body ached. Leon could hardly keep himself standing as he felt his knee buckle. But KH. He had to persist. Not until he reached his goal. Och! His sword shone with even fiercer light. It blinded everything that was in sight. Power gushed out from it as the shield around the professor's body creaked under intense stress. Rather quickly, the cracks started to widen, and it was only a matter of time before the shield shattered. Leon kept pushing. He used everything that he had to attack in that moment. But the more he continued, the more he felt his heart drop. It won't be enough. It started to become clear to me. Even if the shield broke, the power behind the sword wouldn't be enough. If things went on like this then. And then it happened. Swoosh! Purple hands sprouted from the ground beneath the professor. They came so abruptly that Professor Bucklam wasn't able to react on time, and they latched onto his ankles. That was all it took. Crash! The shield shattered and Leon finally saw his sword slash down. PFFTTT. Blood splattered in the air as he felt it make contact with the professor's body. Clank! Clank! Ah! Leon dropped to his knees as the sword scattered on the ground. A strange hung in the air as Leon felt the muscles of his body give up on him. Did I? But when he looked up to see, much to Leon's horror, he could still see the professor standing before him. A large gaping wound appeared on his body, but his eyes still seemed alive. And they were. He didn't even seem to care about what was going on around him. The professor's eyes were fixed on him, as if he was the only thing on his mind. His hand slowly raised and a magic circle formed. It was aimed directly at the incapacitated Leon, who could do nothing but watch. No, this. Just when Leon's eyes despaired, a hand reached out and grasped the professor by the shoulder. A pair of familiar hazel eyes met Leon's gaze as a dry voice echoed in the air. You did not.